Hello, Dr. Sanskriti. Dr. Sanskriti.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Dr. Sanskriti.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you can start.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, teachers, participants, and my dear students. It gives me an immense pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of Sasmira's Business School to National Case Study Competition Samiksha 2022 on the theme Restore Our Earth, Role of Responsible Leadership. Human activities are placing a great deal of pressure on the earth and its resources. As human demands increase and the rate at which these demands need to be met also increases, and the earth's ability to replenish its resources diminishes. Thus, to ensure the sustainable flow of ecosystem services and products, the world must work to secure a net gain in the extent and functionality of native ecosystems by investing in environmental repair activities, including Earth's restoration. However, as many countries and leaders are working towards making environment conscious decisions, people on grassroots levels developing as responsible leadership need to step up as well. And thus this competition is organized with an aim to focus on natural processes emerging.
ये वॉइस गया
It is also worthwhile to mention that we have around 25 groups participating across the country, and thus enabling us to proudly call it as a national level case study competition. Well, before we start the event, as a tradition at Sasmira, every auspicious occasion is initiated with invoking the blessings of Lord Ganesha and Goddess Saraswati. To make this day a blessed one, I invite Ravi sir to recite Ganesh Vandana and Saraswati Vandana.
Thank you, ma'am. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Vishwarupe Vishalakshi Vidyam Dehi Namostute Vidyam Dehi Namostute Vidyam Dehi Namostute. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi sir, for leading us with the recitation. Dr. Sanskriti Kadam ma'am, Dean, Sasmira's Business School, and convener of the event, Ma'am has acquired a PhD from Tata Institute of Social Sciences and holds dual master's degree in MHRDM and MCOM. Ma'am is also a research guide at SNDT Women's University. Ma'am has cleared UGC NET in management with an experience over 19 years in academics. Ma'am's area of interest lies in human resource management and development. Ma'am has published several research papers and has participated in many national and international conferences. May I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Sanskriti Kadam ma'am to please introduce the theme and declare the competition officially open. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Ma'am, there is a glitch in the internet connectivity.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, now fine.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Sanskriti Kadam, on behalf of Sasmira's Business School, welcome you all to this grand finale of Samiksha 2022. I
Ma'am, you are not audible. There's some internet glitch at your end.
and CEO of Lama, London and Saudi Arab. And today's panel members, faculty members, Mumbai belongs to our Silk Mills Research Association, a family of educational institutions that share a tradition over 70 years and a rich educational heritage. At Sasmira, we believe in S for success, A for achievements, S for sustainability, M for mastery, I for innovation. Sasmira School regularly organizes various cultural and co-cultural events like workshops, summits, seminars, youth festivals for students, and our parent body Sasmira, which is an approved body of Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, take this great privilege and pride to organize and host today's annual case study competition. The objective behind this event is to provide a platform to young minds to explore and share their research with academicians, researchers, professionals, and future leaders. We always select a very highly important issues and a core issues that needs immediate attention. This year, we have selected the theme, Restore Earth, Role of Responsible Leadership, which focuses on natural processes, emerging green technologies, and innovative thinking that can restore the world's ecosystem. We are aiming to inculcate a research acumen in our students to enhance their independent decision-making skills, logical thinking, and understanding their own responsibility as a future responsible leaders. We have received 25 teams entries of 25 teams across the country now. From this 14 teams, only 8 teams are selected for today's final round. So firstly, I would like to congratulate all the teams who successfully made the entry to this grand finale. And Today, I'm sure that they are all ready with their presentations, and it is going to be a very tough competition to get the place of a winner in this case study competition. So I'm sure the evaluators are also going to have a very tough time to select the winners from these teams. So all the best participants as well as evaluators. And I once again welcome you all to Samiksha 2022, and I declare this event open. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. To run our institution of this magnitude, we need dynamic leadership. Our institution heads by energetic and passionate leader, Dr. Tandon Kamal Sir, Director Education, Sasmira. I welcome sir and request you, sir, to please share a few words with the gathering, sir.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. And what a day to start with when we are showing our responsibility towards our mother planet, that is Earth. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Sumit Khotale, the CEO and the founder of Llama, the modernized banking system introduced to this world. I'm really thankful for accepting the invitation for this particular event. I am also thankful to my president, Shri Mihir Mehta ji, for not accepting the invitation and also encouraging us by joining this event. I would like to thank Srimati Smita Yoleji, our Vice President, Sasmira, for always supporting us. And our captain of the ship and the leader of this institute, Dr. Sanskriti Kadam, for organizing such an event, which will definitely, have a knowledge base for the students and for a responsibility, generation in the system. And it is really good to choose such a topic that our mother planet, which is our Earth, we have to protect. We are responsible for that. And I would like to congratulate all the participants for participating in such an event, all the faculty members, staff members, and all the students of Sasmira Business School, which is likely to be in the top 10 business schools soon. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your encouraging words. Srimati Smita Yoele ma'am, Vice President Sasmira, an effective and powerful role model who is infused with positivity, enthusiasm, and inspiration for all of us. A perfect example of an ideal leader. Though ma'am could not join us today, but ma'am has sent her wishes in form of a message which reads as, environment is one of the most important aspects for our well-being, and unfortunately, it is the most neglected one too. I'm glad that Sasmira's Business School has taken this initiative towards environment protection. We are sure that this platform would help our students becoming environmentally sensitive and responsible citizens. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Shri Mihir Mehta Sir, President Sasmira. Sir is a man of great intellect and vision, of incredible commitment, dedication, and a passion for excellence. Sir is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Sir is an owner and director of New Mahalakshmi Silk Mills Private Limited. Sir's presence is a reflection of the importance that is attached to the commitment of Sasmira. We seek to be inspired by your gracious presence. I request you, sir, please address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shed, for this very kind introduction. Chief guest of today's function, Shri Sumit Khotale ji, who is greeting or meeting us all the way from Saudi Arabia. He happens to be head of a leading finance company called Llama, and he is supposed to be an intelligent and very strong finance professional, will be speaking to all of us today. I have gone through his profile, and it is very, very, at such a young age, he has achieved tremendously, and he has a lot of achievements and feathers with him. And I strongly look forward to hearing his introduction and blessings to our Sasmira students today. I congratulate Dr. Sanskruti Kadam for today's event. As always, she picks up topics which are of the interest of the current time, and environment is going to be a very strong fulcrum for the growth of our country. And environment, managing it properly, reducing pollution, reusing waste, and things like that will improve the profitability of our company and save our nation's valuable assets. So these deliberations today, this case study competition, Samiksha 2022, is going to be very interesting as we will hear creative minds, young minds, fertile minds speak to all of us and understand their thought processes. And I wish that our team will take this forward to the powers to be in Delhi also, so that these concepts get planned and get implemented in the Niti Aayog also. I also congratulate the Samiksha team, all faculty members, and last but not the least, Dr. Kamal Tandon, who has been a motivation and inspiration for all of us. Thank you, and I wish today's deliberations great success. All the best. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your pearls of wisdom and knowledge. It's always been a great pleasure for us to listen to your words of inspiration. I feel extremely honored to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Sumit Khotale, sir, the founder and CEO of Llama, London and Saudi Arabia, who has recently relocated from London to Riyadh and has extensive experience in investment banking technology and cloud banking with global consulting companies such as Barclays Capital and JP Morgan. Sir is a licensed international financial analyst from International Research Association, Boston. With over 20 years of experience in banking industry, Sir has worked in several key roles across investment banking, private banking, treasury management, and cloud computing. Sir believes that SMEs are the lifeblood of the global economy, and these companies are the incubators for innovation, bright ideas, and game-changing technology. In Sir's view, not enough was being done to support these companies, so Sir created Llama to help solve this problem. Llama provides financing solutions such as supply chain finance and B2B buy now pay later plans for SMEs with the aim to create more efficient working capital management for suppliers and maximizing return on treasury for corporate. In line with Vision 2030 to enable and digitalize SMEs and raise their contribution to 35% of GDP by 2030. On behalf of Sasmira's Business School, it is indeed a special privilege and a pleasure to have such a versatile personality among us. We welcome you, sir, and request you to please address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Good morning, everyone. And thanks for the kind introduction. And like to thank Sasmira's Business School for inviting me. I'm honored to be a chief guest for this national case study. I would also like to thank Shri Mihir Mehta, Srimati Smita Yevle, Dr. Kamal Tandon, and Dr. Sanskruti Kadam ma'am for having me here today. Now, I'll keep it brief, but we've realized over a period of time that we've created a significant damage to the environment, right? Using nature's resources, and we're seeing that repercussion on our society as we kind of speak today. There's been a lot of uncalled for natural events that have happened recently, be it earthquakes. There was a recent earthquake in London last week, in UK last week when I was there. And also there are droughts in Africa. there's a huge impact that's been created. And, despite of the regulation or, the government trying to control it, I think the responsibility is beyond, the regulators or the government. It's, I think, in the newer generation, or more importantly, the young generation that you guys are, to turn this clock around, right? If we keep going at this pace, then it's going to be a very toxic environment that, we will create for the future generations to come. If you see companies wide, also they've started something called ESG, right? Sustainability. So now, there's an ESG index. Companies' valuation is decided by, is impacted, not decided, but impacted hugely by the ESG contribution that, the companies do. The stock market prices are dictated by that. So having looked at, all of this, I'm really glad that Sasmira's come up with this theme, because this is a need of the hour, right? We need young minds like yourselves to think how we are going to stop this continuous damage to the earth, how we are going to reverse or make it neutral, so we have a future, sustainable environment for all of us, not just us, but for you and the future generation that is going to come, going forward. So I'm sure this national case study competition will ignite many of your young minds to think and implement, what can be potentially done. And as you grow in your careers, become leaders of companies, CEOs, CXOs of various companies, you'll always have this in back of your mind. And I'm sure you'll implement, the sustainable change and, environment awareness across not just your management teams, but, all the production factories and the global economy as such. I once again thank Sasmira's Business School for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share my views on this. And I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your kind and motivational, inspiration and encouraging words for us. Thank you so much, sir. On this occasion, we feel extremely proud to release our compendium of case studies, Samiksha 2022, Volume 3, titled as Restore Our Earth, Role of Responsible Leadership. And now I would like to once again call upon. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we have few questions from our students for our chief guest. So with their kind permission, I think we can ask, we can allow students to ask their questions.
Sure, ma'am. Sumit sir, if it's okay, can we let the students ask few questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
Thank you so much, sir. So we can have the students one by one. They can just put their name in the chat box so that we can, take the questions from there. Okay. So who goes first? Who wants to ask a question? Can just put your name in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself and ask the questions. Yes. Okay. Participants, you
Hello,
can just, yes, Kevin.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone. So my question to you, sir, is that how has COVID impacted your business? As during the COVID period, many SMEs have shut down, but many SMEs have even got founded during this time. So how has it actually impacted your business, sir?
So, just quickly, what my business is more about helping or financing small and medium enterprises. We do a lot of work with Aramco in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, with COVID, there was a lot of stress on the balance sheets of a lot of smaller suppliers, mainly smaller suppliers. Large corporates had access to banking facilities, but the smaller suppliers or enterprises did not have that. So as a result, yes, from my business point of view, we've seen 400% growth because there's a huge need for financing because there was a big disruption. So people need more working capital to sustain their businesses. There has been positive impact, but yes, as you rightly said, there have been unfortunate incidents where the companies have shut down because of lack of liquidity or funding. And the governments have done what they could. I mean, at least, in Saudi Arabia or UK, India, I'm sure, they've helped the companies. But overall, it is very stressed. But the good part now is there's a massive bounce back. If you look at the markets or overall economy, there's a significant bounce back that is happening. In fact, the Fed has announced the interest rate hike, right? Because you normally would raise the interest rates when there is inflation or too much consumption. So UK recently announced interest rate hike. US Fed has announced interest rate hikes. And I think if you read the reports and the prediction that everyone is seeing, there are expected to be 4 or 5 more hikes to kind of tap the inflation in this year, which has never happened. I think the last time it happened was about 25-30 years ago. So the economy is bouncing back. And yes, I mean, there's a new, I think we have to see how it's going to impact the overall countries going forward. I hope that answers your question, Alfred.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there are a couple of questions in the chat box too. So if you don't mind, can I just read it across to you?
Yeah, I can see them. Yeah,
Okay.
So there's a question from Amay. Do you think new fintech firms are a threat to banking sector globally? No, I don't think so. They are a threat. In fact, banks and fintechs should work together. Having spent most of my life in banking, I can tell that fintechs usually are not, because the fintechs don't have the balance sheet. A bank can have a $20 billion or a $40 billion balance sheet to lend. A fintech usually will never have that. And when fintech has that, then it is not a fintech, it becomes a bank when it goes into lending. So the same challenges that bank has will be experienced by fintech as well. So overall, I think the best for both the institutions, banks and fintechs, is to, it's like, two brothers fighting. The best is to kind of find an amicable way to work together, which is helpful for both. So we work together with a lot of banks. But yeah, I don't think either is threat to each other. Now, next is how Saudi Arabia opportunities for Indian entrepreneurs. Saudi Arabia is very welcoming right now. If you see, they've recently announced about $700 billion worth of spend. I've been coming here even from my Barclays days. I used to visit Saudi from London. If there is any country right now globally that is trying to revamp or catch up with it is probably Saudi. They're opening up culturally. You see phenomenal change in terms of local relaxation of norms. You're no longer wear hijab, etc. So it is trying to catch up. If things go the way they are, and the plans, if you have to come here to see the amount of investment they're making in the country. In 5 years, it may overtake UAE, Dubai, or any of GCCs, and that is what their plan is actually. Devesh, we also invite Sasmira. Yes, I will like to be part of future activities. Now, Devesh Shetty, working atmosphere in Saudi Arabia as compared to India. Saudi Arabia is trying to now adapt, or is adapting, a very similar work environment as US or UK. Recent reports that were published about 2 weeks ago, the highest salaries in the world right now, even ahead of West Coast, California, or London, are currently in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia. So, it is because they're trying to build the country, there is a huge demand. So there's certain people who earn more than they would earn either in California, London, banking industry as well. So it's currently voted as highest number, most expensive to hire people in the world. How is blockchain working out in Gulf? Bankers are using a lot in their businesses. Not really. Blockchain, I mean, see, if you see a lot of people in Gulf have money, so they keep experimenting with blockchain. There's a recent company that raised about $500 million called Rain. It's a Bahrain-based crypto wallet. They've raised a few $100 million. in funding. Generally, there is a lot more uptake of crypto by retail, by individuals, not as much in banking. Again, just to kind of give a perspective, reason when crypto had started, a lot of people did assume it could be used for payments, but it cannot cope up with the demand that payments have. So usually, crypto can possibly process few hundred transactions just because of multiple validations that it requires, versus a Mastercard can process 40,000 transactions a second. So there's a huge gap. People are experimenting where crypto can be used, most likely in KYC or anti-money laundering, etc. But a massive implementation across banking, I think, is still few years away. That is it. I think maybe I don't see any other questions.
Actually, sir, some students have raised their hands. So if you don't mind, can we ask them to unmute and then they can ask questions too?
Or Siddhi,
Yes,
I can see your hand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
So this is a very basic question, actually, but everyone has a different perspective and outlook on this question. Who, according to you, is the leader?
Who, according to me, is the leader? According to me, leader is one who creates value for everybody, not just for himself, right? So when you, you have to take everyone together, and not just value in terms of commercial value, not just in terms of money, because money can finish. You really, a successful leader as a CEO, I would want to see that people who are part of my management team eventually become CEOs of other organizations. And likewise, everyone learns. So more than money, I think the value is, like they say, right? Don't give him a fish, teach him how to fish. It's more important to help someone to sustain and build and grow. Making money, I think, is the easiest part of all of it. Making people or leaders is the most difficult part of, leadership. Okay, we have Eldroy.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. My question is on what guarantee is the funding provided if the SMEs do not require to present a promissory note or a letter of credit?
So we work with credit risk of the anchor clients. So usually we do payable financing. So like in case of Aramco, so just quickly what we do is, rather than going and financing each invoice, we finance whole bunch of like 100 SMEs or 100 suppliers as a one debt instrument, which is guaranteed by Aramco. So as a result, the suppliers who've decided to take discount or want early financing, they take the money and then they go away. Aramco commits to paying us after 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months. Hence, the recourse is not on SMEs. Hence, they don't need to provide any promissory note, etc. Aramco does that, or the corporate entity whom with we work, they do that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Arshada.
Yes, sir. Hello. Sir, so which all countries is Llama planning to further expand in future?
So we've just received our license for Egypt and UAE. So this year we are going to be in Egypt, UAE, Qatar. So most of GCC. Likely, so we've partnered with a company in India as well called Credex. So we do a lot of financing for Credex. So we are also shareholders of Credex, which is an Indian company currently. So yes, so maybe sometime in future in India, but next 2 years, it's primarily Gulf focused.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that's about with the questions. So, sir, today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and we thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to once again call upon Dr. Sanskriti Kadam, Ma'am, Dean SBS, to please propose a vote of thanks.
Yes. Am I audible, Pashmin ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. I, Dr. Sanskriti Kadam, on behalf of Sasmira's Business School, would like to thank our President, Sasmira, Shri Mihir Mehta sir, Vice President Sasmira, Srimati Smita Evle Madam, our Director Education Sasmira, Dr. Tandon Kamal Sir. Thanks to our management council members for their presence and blessing us. Because of their support and encouragement, we are taking all these initiatives to organize such a thoughtful events. A very special thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Sumit Kothale, founder and CEO of Lama, who in spite of his busy schedule connected with us today from Saudi Arabia. Thanks to our today's panel members and participants as well as students. So thank you very much. And Mihir sir just mentioned in the chat box that Sasmira family look forward to have more associations with Lama Group and Mr. Sumit Kothale sir. So we look forward to your regular participation in the events as well as welcome you all to the advisory board of Sasmira Business School. So I'm sure we will have a very positive response from Sumit sir in this regards. So thank you very much. And over to you, Pashmin ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem before we take the session forward.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे Thank you everyone.
Okay, let's take a quick break before we start with our panel discussion and the technical session for paper presentation. I would request all the dignitaries and the attendees to resume after 10 minutes. So we'll be reconnecting by around 11:55. So see you then. Please stay connected and we'll begin with the technical session shortly. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining again. We once again welcome you all to the National Case Study Competition Samiksha 2022 on the theme Restore Our Earth, Role of Responsible Leadership. We are now starting with a technical session 1 of case study presentations, and we feel privileged to have in attendance distinguished panel members, participants, as well as the attendees. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our panel members. So today we have with us our first panel member, Dr. Nikita Prajapati ma'am. Ma'am is the HOD for BMS department in Lakshman Devram, Sonavne College, Mumbai. Ma'am has acquired PhD in management from Pacific University, Udaipur, and an MBA in human resource management. To her credit, ma'am has written several books and published several research papers in ISBN and SSN books and peer-reviewed journals. Ma'am has undertaken a minor research project sanctioned from Mumbai University on the topic Problems and Prospects of Women Entrepreneurs Engaged in Food Processing Industry. Ma'am has been chairperson of IHRM in University of Mumbai for MBA program and a paper setter for various subjects for TYBMS. I thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation to be a panel member and welcome you to the event. Moving right along, it is now my pleasure to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Priya Gupta ma'am. Ma'am has acquired PhD in management from University of Mumbai and MBA in marketing and human resource management. With an experience of 3 years in corporate and 9 years in academics, ma'am's expertise lies in marketing and human resource management. To add to her credit, ma'am has published more than 12 research papers in Scopus Index and UGC Care journals. Ma'am has also been invited as a keynote speaker in various colleges and has been a part of faculty development program related to case study modulation and marketing specialization for students development. I thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation to be a panel member and welcome you to the event. Before we begin with the presentations, let me quickly take you through the rules of the presentation. Each team will have 15 minutes to present, followed by a question answer session. The timekeeper will notify the presenting team when 10 minutes and last 2 minutes are remaining. When the 15 minutes are up, the timekeeper will end the presentation whether the team has finished or not. Only 2 members from the team are allowed to present the case. Make sure to enable your video while making the presentation. You can click the Start Video button in the bottom menu. Video to be kept on while making the presentation. To begin our technical session 1, I request Ms. Sakshi Wagh to please take over the session from here and announce our first team of the day to make the presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Thank you, Ashwin ma'am and Sasmira ma'am, to being give me opportunity to being a part of Sasmira's family, and also to this seminar. We shall begin with our final case study round of national seminar. I invited Ms. Ruchira Pednekar and her team to present their case study on green technology.
Yes, can we have the team to start with the presentation?
Ma'am, Shreya is not able to unmute herself.
Already a co-host and the participants have been given the rights to unmute. So she needs to try it out from her end.
Shreya, try it from your side now, please. From settings.
Ask Ruchira, please ask Shreya to rejoin the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Shreya Singh, and my colleague, Ruchira Pangerkar, are going to present on the topic green technology. So while discussing on this topic, we wondered that whether the mobile phone industry is really turning itself green. So to find out this, we conducted a case study related to which we also asked various questions to our colleagues, for which we received a number of 61 responses, which can be seen later in the slides. I guess you all will agree on this, that our mobile phone has become an essential part of our life. But do you people know that a phone's birth is the most contaminating part of its life cycle? Around 80% of each device carbon footprint is generated at the manufacturing stage. After years of being criticized by environmental campaigners for their poor green credentials, LG and Samsung unveiled handset with built-in solar panels. 10 minutes of sunlight and you can make a short phone call. Both companies are also working hard to create green packaging, even down to the use of soy-based ink instead of traditional dye. Talking about Nokia can recycle phone in 85 countries, and its chargers are greener than most of the companies. Greenpeace named Nokia 6210 Navigator as the greenest smartphone in the survey, although it's second lower than the Samsung device. So now let me tell you something about the background of this concept. So green technology is the creation and usage of products, equipments, and systems that help to protect the environment by reducing the negative effect of human activity. Mobile phones are created from valuable bits of the Earth's crust that are collected from mines throughout the world. Green technology-based mobile phones are more environmentally friendly since they emit less carbon dioxide, use less power, and are most cost-effective. By looking at this diagram, you can know that by using less toxic material and by consuming less power, and with the help of recyclable products, a smartphone can be made, which in turn will provide us with a green environment. Let's talk about sustainability of green technology and mobile phone industry. So sustainability means meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Mobile phone automatically can achieve Mobile phone automatically sustainably can be achieved by durable design, simple repair, or assured software support, which will help us create a mobile phone that can be recycled and reused, as well as provide an alternative to enhance health and the environment. Some companies like Fairphone offer discount on the purchase of a new phone if clients agree to recycle their old one. So our objective of conducting this case study was to understand how mobile phones are affecting the environment and will be harmful for our future generation, and also to understand people's knowledge on sustainability of mobile phones. And lastly, to analyze which issues may occur when green technology will take over in the mobile phone industry. The further slide will be explained by my colleague Ruchira Pangekar.
Well, now let's talk about few innovations done in mobile industry by few famous companies like LG, Samsung, and Nokia. One of the innovation done by LG is solar rechargeable battery in mobile phones. With the help of this innovation, mobile phones can be charged by keeping them in sunlight. Another innovation is application named EcoUI. In this application, the app informs the mobile users about how much greenhouse gas has been eliminated and how many new trees are planted along with. Talking about the innovations done by Nokia, one of the innovation is that they made a mobile phone by using all recycled materials, which will in turn help to solve the environmental issues. And another innovation is they made a mobile phone whose outer shell is made out of materials like aluminum cans, plastic drinking bottles, and old car tires. Coming towards innovations done by Samsung, they made an education and donation based app in which the app helps the Galaxy users with meaningful ways to learn about the 17 global goals. Like, for example, a goal number 13 is climate action, and goal number 12 is responsible consumption and production. And another innovation is Galaxy Upcycling at Home, which gives old phone a new life by repurposing it into in-home Internet of Things. We took a survey from few known people in which we got to know that the majority of the respondents think that due to lack of knowledge, people don't think about whether the phone they are going to buy is innovated by green technology or not. Now, let's talk about the critical issues. According to the people we took survey from, the critical issues which might occur and cause problems are: the first issue is that there might be technical issues while using the product. The new product innovated may have some or the other issues because of which there might be problem in smooth working of the device. As this concept is new, technical issues happening will be quite common. The second issue which might occur is that few people who work in companies that do not make mobile phones with the help of green technology might start losing their jobs as demand of the product will start decreasing if green technology products take over in the market. And well, this in turn will also affect the turnover of the company, and few companies may go out of business. After getting to know about the issues, the solutions or suggestions from me and my teammate is that first and foremost, The concept of green technology should be brought more into knowledge of people so that before buying products, they start thinking whether it's green technology innovative product or not. As few companies in market have also started off with innovations, it would be advisable that the remaining companies shall also think upon the concept while thinking of how they can also do the innovation in order to run their businesses smoothly if green technology takes over in the market. This strategy will save the future of the company as well as their employees, as there won't be any job losses in the future. And in turn, no doubt it will help to solve our environmental issues. While talking about the cure for technical issues, it can be resolved once a product is launched when experiment of the product is done. Then later on, a new product can be launched of an updated version where the issue can be resolved. By all this information, we can clearly conclude green technology innovations will play a vital role in solving environmental issues and benefiting our future generations. It's important for the companies as well as consumers to start ensuring of promoting and using of green technology innovative products, because then only the concept of green technology and its uses can be brought in notice of people. As seen, the companies like LG, Nokia, and Samsung, for example, are trying their best to turn green by bringing up new innovations in their mobiles. This in turn will be really very beneficial for our future generations. Thank you.
Chira, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Ruchira, just give me a clarity that what measures will you take to increase the people's knowledge on sustainability or to create awareness on sustainability as a leader?
As a leader, okay. So first of all, to create awareness, nowadays people are more active on all social things, social activities like Instagram, Facebook, and all. So via those apps, if we as a responsible citizens start using the green technology innovative products, we can also bring in notice of the people, like the users, the help, how can it will help us in future for our future generations, how it will be beneficial by reducing all the environmental impacts.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Very good presentation, Ruchira and Priya. My question to you is, if you are promoting green technology products, what would be your strategy with respect to pricing? Generally, the products which are launched in the market, the pricing strategy, how would you frame that? Specifically, when you know the complete process is a costly affair, and that is why branded companies and big companies like LG, Nokia, Samsung are going for sustainability. So what would be your pricing strategy in this case? Because as Dr. Nikita ma'am said that you're going to create awareness about, how are you going to create awareness about the product? Use it through social media. But at the same time, people being price sensitive. What would be your pricing strategy for the products which would be an outcome of green technology?
Okay, the survey which we concluded, there people, the issues or disadvantages which will happen, one of it was lack of knowledge, and another one was high product cost. So because of high product cost, many people don't go for green technology. So the companies can try to reduce their price strategy, like the products which they are making, which is out of recycled things. So they can try to make it you can say like pocket friendly product, which can a middle class person can also buy. So indirectly, when a middle class person starts buying it, if one person buys, another person gets influenced. So people will start buying if they try to use the recycled products in such a way that it is pocket friendly to others.
Thank you, Ruchira. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchira and her team. Your presentation was nice. So we come into the next screen. Mr. Hardik Kamle team, he presented the case study of stimulation for city of Green Corporation. Mr. Hardik Kamle.
Sure, like I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, Hardik,
Yeah.
you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Um, okay. Sure, like my screen is visible. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So like, good afternoon to all the analysts. So like my topic is like green input. So like moving ahead, everyone have that question like why green input. So like we just have to keep in our mind that logistical systems or the import and export. When I talk, it has been done as 75% from ports. I'm just talking about an international level. With an international level, as 75% is just going from the port. And when I come to the Indian export and import system, it's just about 91% to 92%. So we have to keep in mind that if such the huge number of input and export is just happening from the port, so we can just imagine the how much damage we are creating. We are just not creating a damage to the water. We are just getting a damage to the air air population, air pollution or the water pollution. The in just one survey, it has been came out the most of the water pollution is been done by from the port port regions only. So like um, so like when I say the port, so like that obviously come at economical systems. So like we can just bifurcate them into the marketing and that non-marketing principal system. So like firstly, the port have a civil responsibilities. So like when I say the responsibilities, it just came like in a intensity environment externalizations. Second, the communications with those affected by the port operation. And and uh, and when the communication is like the incorporative interest of new port citizens. So like so obviously, just the moving a second point, port have national responsibilities too. So like continuity to move cargo to benefits the regional and the national economics. Second, the competitive while just contributing to the global environment and remedies. And just moving like as I said, the marine water pollution. So like what what exactly the marine water pollution? So like when I say marine water pollution, it's come pellet discharge. It just included the invasive species and the oily waste substances. Second, invasive species discharge. Third, over uh, over overboard oil and a liquid substance discharge. So like in this prohibited by Marlow 73/78 substance are just releases, and non-discharge permit permit will be in like 12/50 of just land are used. So like bunking issues. So like in that bunking issues, the oil splits in that plot, discharge of blasting wet when just bunking. And just the last point is like shipyard issue. So like huge hull stealing and recoating are being done there. So and the second last like hull cleaning. So like when I say the hull cleaning, so releasing of aquatic nonsense species are being thrown in just water. So as we see, the marine air quality is also been less. So like uh, so just moving the primary air commentative. So like DPM, diesel particular materials as are been released at the port. And the second, oxygen of nitrogen, the components of smells are just also being released. And the third, sulfur dioxide, the component of salts, and is with the more extensions they are just releasing them. So like what are the strategical approach we can just go on to the green port. So like as you see on my slide, there is a one chart. So like so that chart is bifurcated in that two groups. So first is the economical growth. So like in that economical growth, the cargo increases, the size shifting growth, supply chain management, and then ICT systems are become, and when they all come, and essentials is formed. And second is a global risk. So obviously that the risk of the security is also there. So like security, climate change. So due to today's pollution, the climate is not uh, change. And the third is like network dispersions, and the third is cyber hijack. So when all this come, the sustainability part arises. And when sustainability and the efficiency part merge, the quality of port will be obviously increases. And this and so like reducing emission of cargo cargo going vessels. So like so vessel space should be reduces. So when the slowing vessel speed possibility down to 12 knot as just approaching. So fuel customer potential will be less. And when the fuel consumption when go less, the nitrogen oxide and PM and GHGS will be less. And the second will be cleaning fuel requirement. Use of lower sulfidile fuels within the coastal water should be less. And a third, emission control technology, scrubbing and engineering should be upgraded. And so reducing emission of cargo handling. So repairing with a new engineering meeting cleaning standards, or just buying an equipment with a cleaner engineer. Clean fuel. So as we said, clean fuel, the low sulfur fuel, and biodiesels, LNG, etc. Third, electrophatics. So like electrophatics is come under automatic vehicles, hybrid yard equipments. So So to be the principle of successful port climate actions. So like go together approach. So climate action should be together with the business. And a second, get involved everyone from outside. Integrated approach. Start with the inventory emissions for all related activities, and second, develop the best mixtures of approach. Third, sustainability approach. So rather than penaltying, provide more benefits to the workers or the companies who are on a shipyard. And the third, designing measures to run a business ordinary way, and let the government should give more schemes so that they can just move toward the Go Green project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hardik. I ask the panel to ask the question.
Dr. Nikita ma'am, would you like to ask a question first?
Yes, yes, surely. Hardik, just tell me that which approach will you consider for the development of green ports in India?
So just ma'am, there are the several companies who just work beside the shipyard. So like if the government can give them more subsidy towards moving towards the green. So like it can be just a motivation to the companies so that they can just go more towards the green technologies. So like because it's a more expensive. So when I say it's the more expensive to go to the green technologies, so that if government give them a subsidy, it will motivate them.
Okay, okay, that's all from my end.
Hello, Hardik. That was a very interesting topic, Hardik. My question to you is, what role can the state government play, with regards to saving the ocean life, specifically the marine aquatic life? If I want to know what role and what initiatives can the state governments take, to save the environment, specifically the aquatic life?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, government can make two ports. Okay, one port will be like oil collecting port. So just in that port, only oil or some intoxic materials will come. And the second port where the goods which is not harmful to the environment, they can be import and export. If the port is bifurcated in that two part, so like maybe the aquatic life can be saved there.
Thank you,
And just yes, ma'am.
Add on. I want to hear more.
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, and if the state government give the authority to check the ships, so like today the big containers, big ships or containers are just check within a 1 year of period of time. When if this government reduce it to 3 or 4 months, so like the splitting of oils or getting the damages to the container will be less.
Thank you, Hardik. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hardik and team.
Thank you.
Now we turn into the next film. Ms. Harshada Shinde and her team presented the next case study.
Yeah, we are starting. Yes. Yes, actually there is some technical issue. Sorry for the interruption. So is my screen visible?
Yes.
Uh, hello everyone. My name is Harshita Shinde and we are here to present on regenerative agriculture. My team member are Mr. Elroy Lopez, Ms. Chaya Prabhu, Mr. Rajesh Pawar. So as we all know that in India, our India is an agricultural country, but lately the revenue and income from this sector has fallen approximately by 15.87%. Agricultural infrastructure is not only developed, so the irrigation is sparse and the agricultural product is at risk of being spoiled, and because of the lack of inadequate storage facility and the distribution channel. The word, as we all know, the word human comes from the word humic, that is soil. We need to realize that the soil is a part of us. Soil is the basis of more than 90% of world's production. Our planet is losing 90% of its fertile soil every year. Lately, our production model is not effective or sustainable. In regenerative agriculture, we have to use power of observation, by which we could practice this could be happen by when we practice no tilling on the land, and also we could plant cover crops to keep the soil fertile. The major problem that we are facing is we are losing the topsoil. That not only impacts our food production but also leads to more wildfire, drought, flood, and also accelerates the climate. We are rapidly losing the topsoil. So this can be avoided by when we use this 5 principle to preserve our soil. Minimizing mechanical and chemical disturbance, which means we can reduce the excess use of chemical and fertilizer on our land. Armor the soil. Armor the soil is like when the land is vacant, we can plant cover crops so as to avoid the soil erosion. To promote diversity is like when we should not only plant one crop. We should keep diversity while we plant a crop. Leaving root in the soil, which means that we can keep a root in the soil, which would hold the soil, and the soil will be fertile. And also using natural animals, like living animals as a natural intended. So the next case study will be explained by Ms. Chaya.
Yes, now I would like to tell you about our case study. So our case study is a groundbreaking climate smart agricultural model empower rural women in Maharashtra. So this is all about the Marathwada region in the state of Maharashtra. Is recognized as one of the India's most drought prone areas. In this area, the higher number of soya crops and cotton crops are grown, which require more water. Sorry, mute yourself. Which require more water, chemical fertilizer, and pesticides. And this leads to the damages of land, health, and environment in the long run. As we all know, if the land is kept damaged, then that land becomes infertile. So to avoid this infertility of land, farmers should always also plant cover crops, so which would help the soil fertile for a long period. Also we all know that in many of the areas, women are not literate and unemployed, or neither actively engaged in agriculture, and also no support from government extension programs to enhance their capacity as farmers. To address these issues, Swayam Shikshan Prayog piloted its women-led climate smart agriculture model in 2014 and scaled it up in the following years. Swayam Shikshan Prayog is a non-governmental organization based in Pune. It was co-founded by Prema Gopalan and Sheila Patel in 1998 and aims to support female entrepreneurs in areas such as agriculture, health, and sanitation. And also it aims to educate this and support female entrepreneurship in these areas. After that, many rural women took initiative towards regenerative agriculture. They avoided using of chemicals and fertilizers. Using organic farming, and farmers build capacity to sustainable agriculture and water conservation. Swayam Shikshan Prayog are helping farmers towards organic farming by giving crops knowledge regarding agriculture. Also, they help us to avoid use of chemicals and fertilizers. These are some of the objectives of this case study. So first one of this is the multi-pronged approach that includes agricultural techniques, livelihood diversification, social and cultural factors, and innovative financial models can strengthen the position of women as farmers. Secondly, strengthening the capacity of women farmers can lead to the improved socio-economic status of their households. Therefore, building the resilience of their families to respond to their climate change impacts. Partnering with governments, experts, corporates, and community stakeholders can help it successfully implementation of climate smart agriculture approaches. The project provided training in key resilience practices, loans, and knowledge exchange between farmers. This approach builds women's capacity to practice sustainable agriculture and water conservation to help them ensure enough food and income for their households. So all from this, we got some of the success factors of this case study. So by this, Swayam Shikshan Prayog provided training and also helped to facilitate knowledge exchange between farmers. This approach builds women's capacity to practice sustainable agriculture and water conservation to help them ensure enough food and income to their households. This grade of 500 women farmers leaders was created to knowledge transfer. So from all of this, we came to an conclusion that according to our survey, approx 1,000 women farmers have adopted this model. Around approx 30,000 maybe acres of dry land are managed using organic farmers, method of water and soil conservation measures. The climate smart agriculture model brought women to the forefront and repositioning them of farmers instead of laborers and bearers of knowledge. This enabled them to take informed decision related to what to grow, what to consume, and how much to sell. And also the men and women farmers got totally aware of this organic as well as sustainable agriculture. So yeah, this is our conclusion. So now I am handing over it to Harshada.
Thank you, Shaya. So about this, we have on our topic, we have also conducted a survey on how organic farming is necessary and impactful on our day-to-day life. The responses were quite normal, and we were in the favor of organic farming techniques. As we were able to connect to few farmers who practice the organic farming, and we got to know that the techniques that they use on their field, it is similar to the practice of the women in Marathwada region. Thank you.
Harshada, what was the sample size?
Sample size was, ma'am, basic, like it was around 50.
Okay. And from which particular area have you collected the data?
Ma'am, it was basically from Nashik, and it was, yeah, ma'am, from Nashik.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Harshada and the team, my question is, you spoke about organic farming techniques and you spoke about, training provided to the rural women. And the loan, can you just tell me what is the loan limit that the government is giving to these rural entrepreneurs? The loan limit amount. Are they only providing a free training, or they're giving is there any more schemes or financial supports that they're extending to this rural women, apart from training?
Yes, ma'am. They also provide training. Plus many more schemes are there. Like it is not a governmental, NGOs or anything. They provide to the agricultural sectors only, like who are doing farmings and all. So this Swayam Shikshan Prayog, this committee is there. They provide almost many of things like training, like many of the schemes and loans, as you told, loans and many other things they provide. So from which the farmers or that the farmers who don't have particular knowledge about that agriculture, like organic agriculture, or when to use like what type of pesticides, or what type of what any of the what they don't know, they Swayam Shikshan Prayog, they provide proper knowledge to them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Chaya. Thank you so much.
And ma'am, I want to add on to this point. The amount which the government offers to the women is like approximately 1 to 2 lakh rupees, and it is like reimbursement amount is also like the period is also very vast, so that they can reimburse in a vast period of time, and burden is not there.
Yes, ma'am. And also I want to add on to Elroy's point, and the interest rate which is there, for other peoples are there who provide loan for educations, or who provide loan for homes. The interest rate is much more, but for farmers and for agriculture sector, the interest rate is comparatively less.
Thank you. That is what I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harshada Shinde and her team. Now we move on to the next presentation. Our next case study is presented by Mr. Azlan Arshi and his team.
Thank you, Sakshi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay. Shuka, can you please share the screen?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, students. So let's start with this PPT. Before we start, let me ask you one very basic question. If anyone can answer, that will be much grateful. How do you take care of waste at your house? Can anyone unmute yourself and help me out?
Segregation of waste by dry waste and wet waste.
Okay. So are you doing it on daily basis?
Yeah, the dustbin are alag hai na.
Yeah. Okay.
So it will, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so let's begin. How we let's see how we can make a compost from waste. Next slide, please. So in India, around 1,066 metric ton of municipal solid waste is generated daily. It is the report has been shown by Indian Ministries of Urban Development. So let us see how this much amount of waste is generated. Next slide, please. So there is a famous quote by Annie Leonard. There is no such thing as away. Whenever we throw anything away, it must go somewhere. It's similar like whenever we throw a garbage around somewhere, it will be ended up in the landfill. Whenever we are traveling, we throw it out of our car window. So it might be get collected somewhere. So there is nothing that we should take it away. It has to be go somewhere. Next slide, please. So let us understand how this journey of waste takes place. So first, the source, which is household, we packed in a small polythene bags, and those polythene bags are ended up in our society bin. On the next day onwards, the government dump truck comes up at the morning and picks us up and dump it in the landfill. Next slide, please. So let us understand what are the types of waste which we can find on this landfill. First, there are the green waste. The green waste consists of fruits and vegetable remains, fruit peels, and food leaves. Next, animal bones, inedible fats, and tissues. And there are other types of fats which are non-biodegradable, such as plastics, refractory materials, and others. Next slide, please, Shloka. Now, we take a survey of around 42 fats in our society, so we can understand like what are the different compositions which we can found it. We found that around 48% is food and animal waste, which are green and red waste. So there are other things as well, like plastic and rubbers, like pens, katakan, and everything. Next, we have a metal, we have papers, we have glass, we have textile, and another we have 16% of inner material, like bricks or the broken cups and everything. Next slide, please. So, as per a report founded by NERI, which is in Nagpur, which is conducted in 59 cities of India, they stated that around 60,000 tons of municipal solid waste generated on daily basis. Let's see how we can reduce this volume. If we can just do a little math, if there is a 60,000 tons of the waste, and there are, assume that it is the 48%, let me round it up to 50%, we can just end it up on just 30,000 tons, which is a huge number. We can save it just by creating awareness and just doing it by yourself. Next slide, please. So let us understand there are dumping grounds in Mumbai. The famous one is, as you can see, is the Devnar ground, which is just below, just apart from the Mankud area, which is anyone for the Mumbaikar, whenever we cross from the Mankud, we can just, smell it. We can just, we are just slowing down or we are just watching movie. We can just tell that the next station is Mankud by just, smelling something. Next, we have another Kanjurmarg ground, and there is another Turbe. And let me just highlight it you is this board. This is the Navi Mumbai's generated plant, which is located at the Taloja. They are doing a very great job there. They proper segregation and all the machineries and manpower is there, which has like to be inaugurated in like as soon as the metro starters. Next slide, please. So let us understand if there is 100% of waste is generated, like, and how much is utilized where. Only, let me tell you that only 10% of waste is you can use it for the composting. Rest 90% is ended up in the landfill, which is the huge numbers, and we can actually, we are the criminals of this and we are doing this. So we have to be very take care of our waste itself. Next slide. So there is a famous quote in Marathi like Mulgi Shikli Pragati Zali. So the main reason for showing a woman here is like she is the most caretaker of our woman. Take care of, I'm sorry, I just slipped my tongue. It's the most take care of our home. So what we can do, like whenever we collect a waste, let me explain you each and every one. So let's start with the dry waste. So whatever thing which are like glass, wood, rubber, we can just separate this dry waste. We can separate the waste like all of the food, vegetables, everything. There are the garden waste like leaves and everything. We can keep it side. Next, the hazardous waste like blur, batteries, everything, whatever you can, like perfumes, aerospace cans, our cosmetics, everything. Next are the sanitary waste. Also, we can keep it like side. Next is the debris, which we can, like put it away, or you can use it to making road construction buildings and everything. Next slide, please. So now here we come from the composting. What is composting? Composting is an aerobic process in which microorganisms degrade the organic waste to nutrient-rich manure, which is very suitable for the plant. It is the food for the plant. And we are actually doing this same, whatever we are getting from the mother nature, we are giving the same in return. Next slide, please. So by composting, why should we do composting? Composting enhances soil fertility enhancement. Suppose we are like generated, we can make a compost and we put in the soil for the agriculture purpose. The soil get more fertile and the plant get more nutrients from it. Stabilizing the environment. How it comes to stabilize the environment? Suppose we have done the like 60,000, as we know from the NERI, 60,000 waste is generated. Now, apart from the 60,000, we can just assume that it is a 50%, only 30,000 tons of waste is separated. And all those 30,000 we can use this for the agriculture purposes. Those plants will get the nutrients from them, and it will, or basically what we are doing, we are just, whatever we are taking from the mother nature, the rice, the food we eat, we are just returning to them. Decreasing the global warming, because all the waste, if we don't compost it, it will be ended up in the landfill. They will emit different gases such as methane, carbon dioxide, and everything. Improving the waste management, obviously, if we can reduce the volume, we can obviously skip those large piles of garbage. Next, reduces the volume, obviously, as I already said, like if the 60,000 tons are there, it will be reduced to 30,000. Next, converts ammonia waste into nitrogen-rich product. Obviously, whenever the decomposition starts, the ammonia waste or methane, they all get emitted, and whatever we get is a nitrogen-rich product. Next slide, please. So, what are the factors which takes up affecting the performance of the composting? First, temperature. Next, pH. Third, particle size. Fourth is aeration rate. Next slide, please. So, what are the solutions which we can do at our home? The first, whatever the waste we ended up, like suppose आज हमने आलू की सब्जी बना ली, तो उसके छिलके हैं हमारे पास, और भी बहुत सारे हैं. What we can do? We all have the mixer at our home. Whatever we can do, just put it in a mixer and grind it up so that the particle size which can get reduced. And what next is the acidified the solution. As we already know, we all human beings and all the like animals, whatever eat something, it goes into our stomach, and there is a huge amount of HCl in our stomach. It processes them, and it helps in decomposing them, and it helps to convert and extract the nutrients from it. So we can add just like a drop of lemon, acetic acid, or anything. Next, the hot water. The main purpose of adding hot water is to moist the element and raise the temperature, because whenever, like as a human being, we are operating at the temperature around 39 to 36 degrees Celsius. So it has to be there for the most like experience purposes. Next, what we can get is that compost. We can just bury a ground or small hole in a ground. And what I do in my home, like I have a plantation in my balcony, I just dig a small hole around this, and I put the fish and cover it up with the soil. And in the next like 15 days or a week, I get a good compost, and so I don't have to like buy another compost from this. Next slide, please. So there are the green takers. So what are the things, the people which are initiated right now? As you can see, this is a Professor Kadve from Sataya College, Villeparle. What she do? She uses the old cupboards of the made out of wooden. So she collect all the leaves, papers generated in the university. She kept in a bin, and she uses the vermicompost method. She buys the worm from the local nurseries, and she put it in. After like 27 days to a month, she gets a huge amount of compost, and she can use the all for the plants and nurseries. Next, as we can see, there is the Manganese Society. It's again in a Villeparle. So they are their society secretary. He is a very good man, and he always certifies whatever we are taking, and he believes that we have to take care, and we have to give Mother Nature its back. Like whatever getting from Mother Nature, we have to give it back. So they keep the segregation bin so that they solid first, like segregation. Next, they put it in the bin and let it sit there for like 15 days, 60 days, and they again use the same vermicompost. Another is like same. This is the Mahim, like Fortune Cities in Mahim. What they do, they also doing the same vermicompost process, but they use this vermicompost and they planted a huge amount of trees in their terrace. Next slide, please. So let us understand the Bhopal model. Currently, the Bhopal model is currently it is awarded as the cleanest cities in India. So how they achieved it? Let me tell you one thing. There is a sorry. Does anyone say something? Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am. So let's understand the Bhopal model, how the Bhopal cleanest cities and becomes the #1 cleanest cities in India. So there is a huge a pile of waste dumped in the site known as Bhanpur Kanti. So what they do, they have 37 acres of dump site near this. As is known from the IAS, Mr. Chaudhary, he said that all the passengers who used to travel from Bhopal, they can just smell the foul smell and they consider like, yeah, Madhya Pradesh Bhopal aa chuka hai. So next thing, what they do, before like 2017, how the garbage they piled up, because there was no segregation, and all this dump site, over 7.5 lakh tons of waste get ended up in the Bhanpur Kanti. And it is the menace for the residents from the fumes it get from the fire takes place and from the smell, and it has very much environment hazardous things. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So in 2018, the government of Bhopal, like Bhopal Municipal Corporation, also known as BMC, they processed the process with the help of public-private partnerships known as Saurashtra Enviro Project Management. What did they come up with the great ideas like first dump site management, next biomining, biocapping, source segregation, and cities formation. They opted for a hybrid model. They went for like 21 acres they devoted for the biomining and the remaining 60 acres known for the biocapping. Let us understand a bit about biocapping. So what they do, they basically dig a hole in the dump side and they put all the structures in a trapezoidal and apply a geomembrane, soil and grass. And after like in the meantime, they get a good compost and they were actually used for the plantation purpose. As we can see in like New York Great Farm, there is also lies upon a huge pile of garbage. Next slide, please. Yeah, so how we can do? I believe the knowledge is what we can for our future generation. We can help us out, like the small children. Maybe we can help them out, like understand how we should manage our waste. First thing is the 5R. First, recycle. We have to recycle as many things as possible. Suppose we want to go for the buy a kirana shop or anything, try to like say no to plastic. Like don't buy them. Instead of that, carry your own bag to get the refuse. Try to refuse it. Like next time, whenever you go for a visit, try to carry your own bottle so that you don't have to buy another plastic bottle, distillery and everything. Try to reduce, like whatever the waste you generate, try to reduce it as much as possible. Again, reuse whatever the gift wrapper you can have in your birthday. Maybe you can reuse that for wrapping another gift. Sensory form, whatever thing, like if you have a broken plastic cup, what you can do, maybe just melt a bit and you can join it and making you can use it for, like in a balcony. Like for the example, which I just made it this for, and I can keep my headphones there. So maybe all you can do. Next, I show the steps because those are the baby steps. And if the children can learn at this very small age, they can learn and things in their mind is much kind of fresh. Next slide, please. So the decision in our hand. So we can go composting and everything. We can take care of the environment. Next, if we don't do, we will end up like this. As we all know, the global warming and everything, we are just destroying the mother nature. So its decision is in our hand. It's totally our hand, not just you and me. We each and everyone present here, present in this world, are responsible for this. Either you can go for the right one, either you can go for the left one. The choice is yours. Next slide, please. So picture worth is 1,000 words. So because everyone will get married in next 3 or 4 years as a student, we grow up, we like to get a job. And just imagine your wife and your children get the fresh air. Like we didn't get in the fresh in Mumbai. We always used to go to the weekend, like on the Pune side and everything where we can have a more greeneries. So next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Shloka, for sharing the screen.
Anzalan, that was a really good, informative presentation from your end. My question to you is that what would be your first few steps to initiate waste management program in your college canteen?
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, basically we are from Amity University. We have our own segregation plant in here. We use our first thing. We have our municipal water. We treat all our plants very well. And next, apart from the canteen, like we have 2 different bins for the dry and the waste. Whatever the wrapper we have, we keep in the like Nila Gila, which is always like Nila is for the wet waste and green is for the solid waste or the dry waste. So we segregate it and we can use it for the composting process as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. My dear, just tell me that is greening a lifestyle enough or we must pursue some deeper societal change?
Ma'am, societal change is a very must be because whenever we we take the initiative unless if I started, if my brother will start, it will form a good chain, and that chain has to be like all over the Mumbai, not all over the Mumbai, maybe all over the world. So that only is possible.
Okay, so what at an individual level you think you should consider for creating an awareness for composting at a local mass, for the local masses?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, what we do, like in our society, whatever the things we have, whatever we, like I said already, we just decompose or just reduce the particle size, and we hand it over to our mali, and he like go and the planted the rest of the thing. So at least we can just like take the little steps. Maybe we can just transform in the whole thing. It will take time, and like we have a habit to like kachra hai kaun sochega uske bare mein. And similarly, ma'am, I would like to have a little example of DMart. Like as we know, like हम जब DMart जाते थे तो थैली हमें फ्री में मिलती थी वो प्लास्टिक वाली, एंड जब से DMart ने उसे 15 रुपए का कर दिया, अब हम सब अपनी लेके जा रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक ये चीजें हमें शायद ये एक सिर्फ मेरी तरफ से पॉसिबल नहीं है, हमें सबको आगे आना पड़ेगा, गवर्नमेंट को आगे आना पड़ेगा. जैसे अब हम देख लीजिए मैम, जैसे लास्ट वीक आई वेंट टू कलम बीच इन नाला सुपारा. देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ वेस्ट, पीपल आर लाइक ईटिंग बिस्किट्स एंड दे आर थ्रोइंग द रैपर्स अवे. लाइक मैम, अगर हम उस पर रूल्स लगाएं कि अगर कुछ ने फाइन किया और स्ट्रिक्टली फॉलो हो, तो मैम कुछ हो सकता है.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, ma'am. I hope I answer your questions.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Shloka, for sharing the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Ansil and Arshi and his team. Now it's time for the lunch break. I will request you all to take a lunch break and resume at 1:30 for the next technical session. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Now we shall resume in 2 minutes.
I once again welcome you all to the technical session 2 of National Case Study Competition Samiksha 2022 on the theme Restore Our Earth, Role of Responsible Leadership. And I request Mr. Rajesh Pawar to please take the session here on. Thank you.
Hello everyone. May I request the next team to start with the presentation to the next team, Ms. Shivani Maheskar.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello, can you stop sharing the screen?
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Can I start?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Shivani Maheskar with my group members Sikandar Sheikh, Shrutika Gorivle and Surbhi Samant are going to present a case study on green technology. So, let's start.
So, firstly, let's have a look at short summary of our previous presentation. Green energy is any energy type that is generated from natural resources such as sunlight, wind, water, rain, plant, algae, and geothermal heat. Advances in renewable energy technology have reduced the cost of solar panel, wind turbine, and other green energy sources, putting the power to generate electricity in people's hands rather than those of oil, gas, coal, and utility. Green energy can replace fossil in all major uses, including electricity, water, space, heating, and motor vehicle fuel. So I'm sure you must have got an idea about green energy. So let's understand why we should go for green energy. Green energy is important for the environment as it replaces the negative effect of fossil fuel, which more environmentally friendly alternative derived from natural resources. Green energy is also often renewable and clean, meaning that they emit no or few greenhouse gases and are often readily available. Also create economic development and job in manufacturing. Installation for these, we should go for green energy. Now, let's talk about the major sources of green energy. Green energy is produced from fossil fuel, biomass, nuclear, and renewables. Let's see what are the challenges green technology is facing. Recently, green energy is being used in transportation, due to which the electric vehicle charging station is available in very few areas. As this technology is new, due to this companies making electric charging station and making electric batteries are still less. And it will take a lot of time to replace petrol pump with electric vehicle charging station.
Okay, so now let's see some solutions for challenges of green technology. So first one is electric vehicle charging station. Government initiated the activity of setting up EV charging station to increase private sector investments and facilitate market adoption. Thus, in the coming years, there will be a sufficient availability of public charging stations for EV owners. And the second one, cell-to-cell bonding. Pressure swing adsorption offer a quick and strong way to provide structural integrity in an EV battery pack. The use of pressure-sensitive tabs to bond pouch and or prismatic cells together in electric vehicle battery pack assemblies offers key benefits. And the third one, flexible bus bars. Flexible printed circuits require electrical insulation and flame resistance. Bus bars offer flexibility, safety, and cost effectiveness in EV battery applications.
So let's differentiate the difference between petrol vehicle and electric vehicle with an example. One is Mr. Ram and other is Mr. Sham. They both live in same building and work together in same company. Mr. Ram use a vehicle that run on petrol and Mr. Sham use a vehicle that run using electric charging. The company is 50 kilometers away from his house. Mr. Ram car give mileage of 16 kilometers per liter and the price of petrol is now rupees 120 per liter. That is, they consume 3.12 liters of petrol daily. Accordingly, they spend rupees 375 for the day and rupees 11,250 for the month. And here on other hand, Mr. Sham car give a mileage of charging 120 kilometers after charge. And the cost of charging is now rupees 20 per unit. That is, they consume 6.25 unit daily. Accordingly, they spend rupees 125 rupees for the day and rupees 3,750 for the month. So from this, we come to know that Mr. Sham saved rupees 7,500 more than Mr. Ram.
As we saw, green energy in transportation, similarly, it is used in different sectors like power sector, transport sector, automobile, and also in agriculture sector.
Now let's have a look at benefit of green energy. In that first, economical. A significant economic benefit of going green is that it helps lower cost and save money. Use of renewable energy help reduce energy consumption, which in turn helps save money used on electric bills. An apparent benefit of going green at home is that it helps reduce water and power bills significantly. It also is possible when we reduce water consumption. For example, it will run the washing machine full load or add water saving appliances in shower and washroom. Second, health. The second category of the advantage of going green is the health benefit is offered. Going green reduces air pollution. You can agree with me that breathing clean air making one a healthier person. According to report by the World Health Organization, air pollution causes around 2 million premature deaths every year globally. It is indeed sad. Going green reduces air pollution and environmental toxic that could affect our body's immune system, that fight effective, and that could expose us to disease and fatal illness. Third point, environmental. An obvious advantage of going green is that environmental benefit, but going green has numerous environmental benefits. Going green through organic farming means responsible farming practices and land use. Organic farming reduces greenhouse gases emissions and thus lower air pollution.
Now let's have a look at some of the companies producing green energy like Tata Power, Adani Renewable, Urja Global, Orient Green Power, JSW Energy, Sterling and Wilson, and Borosil Renewable.
We would like to recommend you green technology is our India's future and try to use it as much as possible. Use green energy equipment like electric vehicles, solar panel, wind for electricity, biogas for cooking and many more. We would use more government green energy electric vehicles instead of our petrol powered vehicles. India still depends on other countries for energy. We have to import energy from other countries, which cost a lot. We would support green energy and also support companies that make green energy. Due to this, the cost of import of our country will be reduced, and this will greatly benefit our Indian economy. By using green energy, not only we can save our money, rather we can also protect our environment from the noise pollution and air pollution. And in this way, we can contribute to the development of our country. Now we see initiative taken by government. So let's see what our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has to think about green energy and what step government taking regarding green energy.
मैं आज इस तिरंगे की साक्षी में नेशनल हाइड्रोजन मिशन की घोषणा कर रहा हूं। अमृत काल में हमें भारत को ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट का ग्लोबल हब बनाना है। ये ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में भारत की एक नई प्रगति उसको आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगा और पूरे विश्व में क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन की नई प्रेरणा भी बनेगा। ग्रीन ग्रोथ से ग्रीन जॉब के नए नए अवसर हमारे युवाओं के लिए, हमारे स्टार्टअप के लिए आज दस्तक दे रहे हैं। आज G20 में, G20 के जो देशों का समूह है, उसमें भारत एकमात्र देश ऐसा है जो अपने क्लाइमेट गोल्स को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत ने इस दशक के अंत तक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के 450 गीगावाट का लक्ष्य तय किया है। 2030 तक 450 गीगावाट। इसमें से 100 गीगावाट के लक्ष्य को भारत ने तय समय से पहले हासिल कर लिया है। हमारे ये प्रयास दुनिया को भी एक भरोसा दे रहे हैं। ग्लोबल स्टेज पर इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस का गठन इसका बड़ा उदाहरण है। आज 15 दिसंबर को ही सूरज की गर्मी से चलने वाले इतने बड़े रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पार्क का उद्घाटन हो किया गया है। इस पार्क में सोलर के साथ साथ पवन ऊर्जा दोनों से करीब 30,000 मेगावाट बिजली पैदा करने की क्षमता होगी। इस रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पार्क में करीब 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का निवेश होगा। सोचिए, रेगिस्तान की कितनी बड़ी भूमि का सदुपयोग होगा। सीमा के साथ पवन चक्कियां लगने से सीमा सुरक्षित भी और अधिक बेहतर होगी। आम लोगों का बिजली का बिल कम करने के लिए जिस लक्ष्य को लेकर के देश चल रहा है, उसे भी मदद मिलेगी। इस प्रोजेक्ट से किसानों और उद्योगों दोनों को बहुत बड़ा लाभ होगा और सबसे बड़ी बात, इससे प्रदूषण कम होगा, हमारे पर्यावरण को भी लाभ होगा।
As you have just seen that, what is the think of our Prime Minister toward green energy, and the government is also taking big and important decision for green energy.
So now I would like to conclude our topic. Green investments will enhance new sectors and technologies that will be the main sources of economic development and growth of the future. Similarly, green economy substitutes clean energy and low carbon technologies for fossil fuels, which addresses climate change, create decent jobs, and reduce import dependency. And also, new technology promoting energy and resource efficiency provide growth opportunities in new directions, offsetting down economy job losses. So from this, we get to know how green technology is important to make India a pollution-free country. Thank you.
Shivani, my question is that what are the major barriers, according to you, which are there for the development of green energy in India? Shivani, can you hear me?
Ma'am, can I answer?
Yeah, surely.
The major barrier according to me, ma'am, कि इंडिया में अभी ग्रीन एनर्जी डेवलप करने वाली कंपनीज बहुत कम है, और ग्रीन एनर्जी का सबसे मेजर यूज अभी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सेक्टर में हो रहा है। तो ग्रीन एनर्जी से चलने वाली व्हीकल बनाने में अभी कंपनियां ज्यादा नहीं है। टाटा मोटर्स में मेजरली रोल प्ले कर रहा है अपना, और बाकी इतनी कंपनियां अभी मार्केट में ही नहीं जो इसमें मतलब इनिशिएट कर रही है या आगे बढ़ रही है। तो ये मेजर बैरियर है कि ग्रीन एनर्जी को इंडिया में फैलाने को टाइम लग जाए।
Okay.
Sikandar, according to me, though your electric vehicles may be the way of the future, but my question is, how would you market this product to consumers, those who want to travel for long journey with less infrastructure support? पहले आपको लगता है व्हीकल पे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस देना चाहिए या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सपोर्ट पे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस देना चाहिए?
मैम अकॉर्डिंग टू मी दोनों इस पे इक्वली हमें ध्यान देना होगा, क्योंकि एब्सोल्युटली ग्रीन एनर्जी ये लेस कॉस्टली है अदर फ्यूल से। तो लोगों को ये पता है कि मैम ग्रीन एनर्जी के यूज से हम अराउंड 40 to 50% कॉस्ट हमारा बचा सकते हैं। तो पैसा कम यूज होगा तो लोग ऑब्वियसली ग्रीन एनर्जी की तरफ मूव हो जाएंगे। तो और उसकी वजह से ग्रीन ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में व्हीकल्स का भी यूज बढ़ेगा। जैसे कि मैम अभी गवर्नमेंट खुद अपना टाटा मोटर के साथ अपना कॉम्बाइन किए, और आप अभी देख रहे होंगे कि रोड पे जितने भी जो गवर्नमेंट ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल्स है वो ऑलमोस्ट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स पे चल रहे हैं। तो गवर्नमेंट खुद इसमें इतना बड़ा इनिशिएट ले रही है, तो आगे चल के मैम अकॉर्डिंग टू मी सारे व्हीकल्स अपना फ्यूल की जगह पे ग्रीन एनर्जी पे मूव हो जाएंगे।
ओके, थैंक यू सिकंदर, थैंक यू।
वेलकम मैम।
Thank you. It was a nice presentation, Ms. Shivani and team. Now I request Ms. Shloka Kulkarni and team to start the presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. Today, I, Pooja Sawant and Shloka Kulkarni from Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, will be speaking on the topic disaster management, and our case study is titled Restore Our Earth, a dynamic case study to analyze the role of responsible leadership during the super cyclone Amphan. We would like to start our presentation with a Sanskrit shlok. Paryavaran nashe nashyanti sarva jantavah pavanah drishtatam yati prakruti vikrutayate. In English, it literally means due to pollution, there is destruction of our environment. All beings are destroyed, the winds get vicious, and the nature becomes hostile. Next slide. So throughout history, humans have been subjected to a variety of tragedies. Disaster management is defined as the coordination of resources and information in the event of a disaster, and its effectiveness is measured by how efficiently, effectively, and seamlessly these resources are coordinated. The ability of modern technology to successfully deal with disasters has become a challenge. It is impossible to solve disaster management issues properly by focusing on isolated problems of a specific type. A slew of independent groups at the national level and international level have an impact on effective disaster management. In this case study, we will be reviewing the leadership that was used during the super cyclone Amphan. Next slide. Research gap. A well-researched study titled Super Cyclone Amphan, a dynamical case study by Vamsi K. Chalamala and Sridhar Balasubramaniam can be seen on Amphan. However, the paper is highly technical and does not emphasize the importance of leadership in overcoming a disaster. This void has been filled by this case study, which offers a unique perspective on disaster management in the area through the case of Amphan 2020. Next slide. So as we know, a cyclone is a swirling atmospheric disturbance in regions of low pressure. In the northern hemisphere, the spiraling is counterclockwise, while in the southern hemisphere, it is clockwise. The eye of the cyclone refers to its center, which is surrounded by clouds. In a 20 to 30 kilometer radius around the eye, the worst conditions with catastrophic winds are present. The wind dies as the cyclone's eye passes over a location. A supercyclone can be termed as a rapidly rotating storm system characterized by a spiral arrangement of thunderstorms, rains, a low pressure center, and strong winds. Amphan 2020 is one such tropical super cyclone. Next slide. In May 2020, this tropical supercyclonic storm Amphan was so massive and destructive that it wreaked havoc in Bangladesh and eastern India, particularly West Bengal and Odisha. It was the most powerful tropical cyclone to hit the Ganges Delta since Sidir in 2007, and the first supercyclone to form in the Bay of Bengal since the 1999 Odisha cyclone. Amphan peaked on the 18th of May at 12, with 3-minute sustained wind speeds of 240 km per hour. The cyclone made landfall in West Bengal at 12 on May 20. Once onshore, Amphan faded quickly and disappeared. Next slide. The areas affected by Amphan. Cyclone Amphan had far-reaching and historic consequences in India. It was the first and most powerful cyclone of the historic 2020 North Indian Ocean cyclone season, which was the costliest on record. Amphan generated exceptionally powerful gusts that ripped roofs off houses and destroyed trees, and storm waves of 15 feet in regions like Digha, West Bengal. The cyclone hit coastal areas in West Bengal, including East Midnapur, North and South 24 Parganas, Kolkata, Hubli, Howrah, as well as Odisha. It also caused major destruction in Bangladesh. Next slide. So for our case study, we used research methods of both quantitative and qualitative approaches. In qualitative method, secondary data was read and examined after reviewing different articles and taking into consideration the research paper titled Super Cyclone Amphan, a dynamical case study by Vamsi K. Challamalla and Sridhar Balasubramaniam. Whereas in our quantitative research method, we formed a set of 10 questions and collected 40 responses from residents of Maharashtra and West Bengal to learn about their perspectives on the impact of leadership during Amphan. Further, Shloka will continue.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon to the juries and the audience. I am Shloka Kulkarni and I'll be taking the presentation forward. Arshi, can we change the slide? So from our qualitative research, we analyzed that several organizations like the IMD, the WMO, and the state government played a major role in the distress during the Amphan cyclone. Accurate advanced forecasts of tropical cyclone Amphan in India supported a successful disaster mobilization campaign in India, and the casualties were lessened, due to which it served as a textbook example for multi-hazard warning systems. 1 million people were evacuated as a result of these accurate forecasts. But on the other hand, COVID-19 impact during the flood multiplied the vulnerability of people at risk along the East Coast. This super cyclone Amphan has resulted in the loss of around $14 billion as reported by the UN, and resulting in it being the costliest cyclone in the North Indian Ocean. Arshi, can we change the slide? Now, our quantitative research analysis shows that when asked the question if there was a failure in the leadership of management of the super cyclone Amphan to the people of West Bengal and Maharashtra, we could see that around 47.5% of the respondents were neutral about the fact whether it was a success or a failure, proving the fact that people are kind of unaware about how leadership has influenced the casualties of during the Amphan cyclone. But we can see that around 32.5% of the respondents agree that there was indeed a failure in the leadership of management during Amphan cyclone, and around 7.5% of the people strongly agree that there was failure in the leadership during the Amphan cyclone disaster management. But we could also see a positive side wherein 12.5% of the people feel that it was not a failure, the leadership was not a failure, because accurate forecasts could evacuate a large number of people in that area. Next slide, please. When asked the questions to the respondents that if they think the disaster management improved after the super cyclone Amphan, I think 60% of the people were unsure about the fact that if disaster management in India has changed over the years, or if it has brought in positive impacts over the years. When asked the questions, do you believe that with effective leadership can we lessen the number of casualties while dealing a disaster? The answer was indeed 100% yes. which indeed proves our title of the case study, that leadership during a disaster management is very crucial, and with effective leadership, we can lessen the number of casualties and we can thereby bring a positive impact. Anzala, next slide, please. Let us now look at the recovery, reconstruction, and rehabilitation programs by the government for the disaster-prone areas. So the recovery stage comprises of the 3 stages: the early, the midterm, and the long-term stage. The early recovery stage comprises of the 3 to 18 months of period from the disaster, which majorly includes the cash for work, resumption of the markets, commerce and trades, and restoration of social services, and also temporary shelters to the people who have been evacuated during the disaster or who have been victims to the disaster. The second is the midterm recovery stage, which is up to 5 years, wherein the recovery plans for assets and livelihood and the reconstruction plans for housing, infrastructure, public buildings take place. The third is the long-term recovery stage, which is within 10 years, which is implemented along with the developmental plans, the infrastructural strengthening, and the environmental sustainability and urban and regional planning are considered under this long-term planning recovery stage. Now let us look at the reconstruction part. The reconstruction has made majorly 4 organizations that play a major role during reconstruction, which are the central government, the state government, the private organizations, and the NGOs. Starting with the central government, of course, plays a major role during disaster management. They coordinate with various stakeholders, they facilitate solicitation and management, they manage the donated resources, and they also manage the volunteers during the disaster management. The second is the state government. The state government, the damage assessment and all the phases of recovery and reconstruction are the responsibility of the state or the union territory government. Some of the key tasks might include leading in and supporting need and damage assessment operations, or providing relevant data regarding the severity of the disaster that has taken place. The third is the private sector. So there is a huge need for facilitating the involvement of private sector in disaster management for business and to integrate disaster risk into the management practices. The private sector may provide with donation, the funds, and they might also provide with a very important thing, that is the employee generation activities after the victims have lost their jobs during the disaster management. The fourth and the very important organization is the NGO or the international aid agencies. These may participate in the following activities, like the joint need and damage assessment, or to support the government effort in reconstruction process. Let us look at the rehabilitation part. The rehabilitation, starting with physical rehabilitation, is a very important aspect of rehabilitation, which includes reconstruction of physical infrastructure such as houses, buildings, railways, or water supply, or electricity, which are all the basic needs of the people who have been suffering from this disaster. The second is the social rehabilitation, which majorly focuses on the weak part of the society, which are the elderly or the orphans, or the people who have lost their bread earners of their family, or the single women, the children, etc., can be considered during the social rehabilitation part. The third is the economic rehabilitation. The major components of economic rehabilitation are livelihood restoration and ensure the continuity of business, trade, and commerce. Restoring employment and income generating opportunities to disaster affected communities is a very, very vital component of economic rehabilitation. The fourth and the very crucial yet neglected type of rehabilitation is the psychological rehabilitation of the victims. So dealing with victim psychology is a very sensitive issue, and it must be dealt with caution. The psychological trauma of losing relatives or friends during the cyclone, and the shock that they have lost their homes or they have lost the places of work might create shock of disaster into the minds of the victims. So the programs like the psychotherapeutic health programs, the occupational theory, and debriefing and trauma care should be taken in during the psychological rehabilitation of the victims. Anzala, next slide, please. So this is the learning outcome of the research. It revolves around the fact that leadership has always proved to be effective during these difficult times of a disaster. With leadership, ownership, and quick measures, there can be a fall in the losses during a disaster. Even though the super cyclone Amphan witnessed a lot of setbacks and casualties, we could see a successful precautionary measures taken place by potent leaders, which led into the successful evacuation of people. As management students, it is really crucial to understand the importance of leadership in managing a disaster. Next slide, please, Anjala. So there is no harm in hoping for the best if you're prepared for the worst. With this quote, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Anjalan, for sharing the screen.
Shloka, if you don't mind, can you please share your slide once again and go to your first slide?
Yes, ma'am. Anjalan, can we do that? Thank you, Anjalan.
I would like to commend Shloka and Pooja, very good presentation, very good presence and good communication. My question is, a dynamic case study to analyze the role of responsible leadership during the super cyclone. Now, I'm going to understand who were your respondents, what was the sample size?
The sample size
40, ma'am.
40. And how did you distribute between Calcutta and West Bengal and Maharashtra?
It was 10 and 30. 10 from West Bengal and 30 from Maharashtra.
But which state was adversely affected because of Amphan? Whether it was Maharashtra, whether it was West Bengal?
It was West Bengal, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question is, can you just define the variable leadership? What were the questions that you asked? Because did you explain the respondents about leadership? Under leadership of the management, which variables did you consider?
So we considered the leadership of huge organizations like IMD, WMO, and the role of government during the disaster management. We also considered the leadership of citizens or the volunteers who are supposed to evacuate the citizens who are stranded in a disaster. So these are the things we considered.
Shloka, what was the demographic data? They were male, female, age group. What was the demographic data?
The demographic data was from 20 to 50 years of age.
Okay. Thank you, Shloka. Thank you, Shloka. Thank you, Pooja. Over to you, Nikita ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir. Shloka, just answer me one question, that what were the expectations which were not met by the government? Like during the sample survey, you may have found out something that people feel something is not being completed by the government. What was the point which was lacking out by the government?
I think the major point that was lacking out was the scarcity of basic resources like the food, or and because it was a COVID time, then the scarcity of the sanitization products like good and clean places to live, or the places whether the places are sanitized or not, whether the COVID rules are being met or not. These are the basic things that were ignored by the government, is what we could observe while we were doing the qualitative research.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. It was a nice presentation, Ms. Shloka Kulkarni and team. So now I request Ms. Siddhi and team to start the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Siddhi Tirlotkar, and along with me, there are other participants, namely Rushikesh Magar, Rohit Jalgaonkar, and Devesh Shetty. And today, Rushikesh Magar is my co-presenter as well. We are presenting you a case study which is based on disaster management, especially based on waterlogging in Hindamata and Dadar. So let's move into the case study. Let's take an overview of this case study. First of all, it's a very common issue which is faced in Maharashtra during monsoon, as we hear about it in every news channel. It's a state where region is filled and flooded with water. Whole city gets flooded with water in this situation. The water becomes so heavy and unmanageable that even big authorities couldn't even control this situation. Projects and actions were taken by authorities, but they failed even after creating these actions. Also, we are going to analyze short-term and long-term factors which are responsible for waterlogging. Now let's move to objectives which are responsible for waterlogging to study the case study of waterlogging. Rishikesh, over to you.
Thank you, Siddhi. So let's understand the objective behind this case study. One of the major factors is understanding the problems faced by the people, understanding the measures taken by the local authorities, that is BMC, knowing the geographical factors like weather and area, identifying solutions, reviewing the work done by the BMC for the problem. Next slide, please, Siddhi. From this graph, we can understand that majority of the rainfall in Mumbai is received in month of June, July, August, and September, with July having the highest average rainfall and also the highest number of rainy days.
So the methodology we used to research on this case study, we actually went to the location, which is Hindamata and Dadar. Google was having a lot of data, but we thought, why not go to the place and ask questions to the people who exactly reside there, who have shops there. So the review we got from the people was quite mixed. Quite were free about their statements. Few were not free about their statements. So the next slide is a video we shotted in that area. So case study means a lot of investigation. So we thought, why not go to the location and ask questions? And we shotted this video in that process. So let's take a look into it.
Rains have in fact lashed the city for the last many days. It's led to waterlogging, particularly because overnight there's been very heavy spells of rainfall reported.
So me and my teammates actually went to the location and have asked questions to the people who actually stay there and have victimized the situation. And here is the response we got from them.
अच्छा यहाँ तक पानी भर सब बंद कर देते हैं। हाँ आपका नुकसान हो जाता होगा ना। पानी भीग गया, माल नीचे लग गया, भर गया, जल्दी भर गया। अभी बारिश हो गया।
आपके हिसाब से मतलब गवर्नमेंट को क्या चेंजेस करने चाहिए कि यहाँ पे पानी नहीं भरे?
और उसके लिए हम जो भाई बीएमसी वाला है, जो आप
से अगर आगे फ्यूचर में अगर हुआ फिर से तो आप क्या मतलब आपने क्या ये
हम कुछ नहीं बोले थे, मतलब वो बीएमसी को पता क्या करना है क्या।
एवढं पाण्यात आम्ही प्रवास केलेला आहे, एवढ्या पाण्यात फ्रीज वगैरे खराब झाला होता त्याच्याने पाणी
बिल्डिंग में पण पाणी येतं,
बिल्डिंग मध्ये घरामध्ये थोडं पाणी येतं तळमधलं.
ते गव्हर्नमेंट कडून काय सुधारणा केल्या पाहिजे
ज्याने पाणी नाही साचावलं?
आता ते चाललंय काम तिकडे. आता बीएमसी वाले ते पाईपलाईन वगैरे टाकतात मोठे वगैरे, पाणी जाण्यासाठी वगैरे ते लाईन टाकतात. ते सुधारणा करतात बीएमसी वाले.
आधा घंटा बारिश हो गया तो पूरा पानी हो जाता है. ये लोग बोलता है कि 101% का, हमको भी लगता है कि अभी जो ये जो प्रोजेक्ट किया करोड़ों का प्रोजेक्ट है ये सक्सेस जाएगा.
कुछ मदद आती थी
हमारे, हमको नुकसान ही होता है तो हमारा जो मेडिकल है तो मेडिकल क्लेम हो जाता है.
मेडिकल गवर्नमेंट आपको ऐसा कुछ पैसा या फिर कुछ हेल्प करने आते थे माल निकालने के?
क्या करने, गवर्नमेंट की कुछ करने इधर नहीं आके आधा.
We also went to Dadar flower market, but in this location we couldn't find any response from their side.
After analyzing the situation, we got to know the few of the major factors responsible for this waterlogging. One of the major factors is vastly growing population. As we all know, Mumbai has been known for highest influx of travelers coming to Mumbai and staying over here. Another major reason is heavy downpour and high tide. As we saw in the chart before that, in the month of June, July, this problem mainly arises And also high tide plays an important role in this. Another problem is unorganized urbanization. Due to rapidly growing population, the previous drainage systems are not able to withhold the rainfall. And after some research, we got to know that the other Hindmata area is a saucer-shaped area, which means it is lower lying area compared to the nearby areas. Also, improper waste management also one of the reasons for the waterlogging. As per people that drainage are not cleaned before the monsoon, and dumping of waste material in the drainage is also one of the major factors. Case analysis. After doing our research, we got to know that BMC has undertaken a mitigation project for this waterlogging problem of rupees 130 crores. That has two big tanks that can hold the water up, that can hold the rainfall up to 4 hours. And with this, they are also taken few steps which are quick response vehicle, dewatering pumps, CCTV camera, metal detectors, concrete breakers, blower systems. According to the sources, 7,000 crore has been spent on mitigation project, but still Mumbai suffers from this disaster even after spending huge amount on preventions. The chronic flood spots like Hindmata and Dadar continue to remain the same. Also, new spots are added every year. After lots of plans, guidelines, infrastructure, BMC are still unable to solve this long-standing problem of waterlogging.
Okay, so taking back to the locations we went to, when we went to two locations, Hindmata and Dadar Flower Market. Firstly, when we went to Hindmata, when we entered the region, there were lots of shops. As we know, Hindmata is a center of clothes and different kinds of shops, mills. So when we started questioning people, we found that people have different views about this situation. Few have negative thought about government authorities, and few were supporting the decisions which were taken by government. And when we went to Dadar Flower Market, the response we got from that area was completely opposite from which we got from the Hindmata. People there were actually, when we started questioning one person, he used to address us to some other person. And this happened with us for 4 to 5 times. So we thought that it's fishy. We have to move out from this location. And according to this observation, it's our assumption that maybe these people are under some kind of political pressure. So we didn't ask much questions in that area, and we moved on. Okay, so another case analysis we did, we took Zoom interviews with these people. These are 3 perspectives. One is freelancer, other person is working in service sector, and she is a student, Tanvi. So firstly, when we asked them 2 questions, the first question we asked them, that was, what are the causes of waterlogging? So according to Vaibhav Puranik, who is a freelancer, he says that drainage and lack of awareness among people. So we asked him that, what suggestion will you give to this problem? So he said that clean the drains and aware the people. And we can also use lot of techniques to keep the drains clean. For example, nets to catch the waste. Another person, Omkar Vaikur, who works in a service sector, he said that on a first question, that is, what are the causes of waterlogging? He said that the cause behind the waterlogging is low-lying area. And when we asked him for the solution, he said that increase underground drainage tank and recycle garbage and plastic in such areas, and timely cleanliness of roads and footpaths. Lastly, when we asked Tanvi, she said that on a question based on causes, she said that the cause behind the waterlogging is plastic which is stuck in the drainage. And when asked for the solution, she said reduce use of plastic. So these are effects of waterlogging. Firstly, it creates problems for shopkeepers, vendors, and residents. As we know, when we question people, they were like, there was a huge loss which they suffered during this period, and they have to keep their shops, mills closed for a few months because of that problem. Another is create loads of waste, including germs, waste, and other substances. Whenever the water logs in that area, whatever waste or any garbage which is on the road gets mixed up and which creates a bad odor and which is obviously harmful for the health of people over there.
Hard point is it affects transport facilities. As we all know, heavy rainfall has been affecting our day-to-day lives, like affecting the transport services, also the train services. The logged water becomes polluted. As we all know, due to water logging, it can lead to waterborne diseases, and also it may wash away the soil into the ocean. Let's understand the preventive measures that should be taken up. With speaking with people and seeing a sample size, we got to know that improvement of the drainage system is one of the things that preventive measures should be taken up, like enlarging and improving the existing drainage system and also diverting the logged water to the different outfall. Checking the discharging capacity of the outfalls, analyzing the existing situation, construction of new and better drains, cleaning and removal and rehabilitation of the existing drains, and removal of blockage from the existing drains are one of the few of the preventive measures that will be taken up.
So based on conclusion, as we know that rising sea level is a natural thing, so it can happen at any moment of time. So because of that, there are chances of waterlogging every year in monsoon. So because of that, authorities have to think about new mitigation plans each time. And because of the destruction which is caused by waterlogging, they have to think about improving infrastructure again and again. And another thing which authorities have to do, especially that they have to keep local vendors, local residents over there updated about the situation so that they can take some measures before this problem takes place. Also, as a resident or as a citizen, all should be socially aware about things what are happening around them, and corrective measures like correct solutions must be taken. Government should take proper measures to improve that situation in a less time, because it creates huge loss, as we saw before, that it creates huge loss for shopkeepers, mills, and stuffs in that area. So yeah, moving to last slide. Thank you, ma'am.
Beautiful presentation, Siddhi and Rishikesh. Yeah. Now, during your survey, did you speak to any BMC official relating to the current issue?
No, ma'am, we didn't went to them because we thought, because maybe it will they will ask about us more in detail. It will be a little dangerous, so we didn't went to them. So we asked people who actually suffer from that situation. We thought, why not ask them rather than going to authorities? And as
were the people convinced by the measures what currently BMC is taking?
Yeah, when we went to Hindamata, ma'am, one person was there. He was actually satisfied by the decision, as you have seen in the video too. The last person who was there, he was satisfied with whatever decision was being taken by the government. But one person was completely against, and he was talking against the government, like whatever decisions they have taken. Yeah, so we did this thing for research.
Okay.
Siddhi and Rishikesh, good research methodology approach. So with that approach, I wanted to ask you that when you talk about disaster management and you go and speak to these people, as you mentioned in your presentation, that every year Mumbai faces the same issue. So did you ask a question about what do the retailers, what are the initiatives that retailers take just before the monsoon starts? Why always depend on the government to come up with some solution? As an individual retail shop owner, what initiatives are the local people taking to safeguard their own material, clothes, and the go down stuff? So did you ask?
They said that they keep insurance reserved for that situation. Also, they said that they increase the height of their shops before monsoon arrives, so that water doesn't get into the shop and destroy the whole stuff which is there in the shop. Any group member who would like to answer on this
Hello,
question?
ma'am. Ma'am Devesh here. Good afternoon. I will like to add to the point to the city that they have increased the height of the shop. Along with they keep their local area clean so that the hazardous waste cannot enter their shop. And as per that insurance sector, it is very important for the shopkeepers to have a insurance of the shop so that the damage could be taken from that on. So there will be no need of help from any government or any other sector.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, indirectly, government is helping by giving them the access to get their insurance based on this waterlogging issue or this particular disaster.
But ma'am, there is so much political partiality in those areas. Like, we went to two different areas and the responses were different, so we judged that there is some.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Siddhi Tilodkar. It was a nice presentation. So now next we have Mr. Amay Saturdekar and team to start with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So before starting with the presentation, I would like it to start with a quote. The land is always there. It is you who has to return. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aksa Sheikh. My group members are Amay Saturdekar, Atul Jangle, and Shivam Tiwari. Today, me and my team members are going to present a case study on recycle, reduce, and reuse on the theme Restore Our Earth, Role of Responsible Leadership. So let us start with the introduction of the case study. The impact of plastic was negative on the marine as well as on human life because of its mismanagement. Recycling is a technique in which the waste plastic is recycled to a useful plastic. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Recycling one bottle saves enough energy to light a 100-watt bulb for 4 hours. Nearly 30% of our trash is packaging, and much of it is cardboard that can be reused or recycled. About 1/3 of what we throw away at home is recyclable. There are about 7,500 recyclers in India. The toxicity of trash is every time high, and if you want to stop this, the only way is preventing waste from very beginning of its life. The process includes many steps, but it begins with collecting items such as cans, glass, newspapers, and plastic to a recycle bin or a collection facility. Let us learn the recycling process of plastic. In the recycling process, as you can see the diagram which is on a screen, which describes how it takes place. So in that, the first stage is inspection. In this stage, the raw material which is collected by the kabadiwalas, the raddiwalas, and various segregators in the supply chain. They train them to segregate the materials based on their quality specifications. Once the materials are segregated, it takes them to a series of plastic washing steps. It goes through the proprietary washing technology. Plastic recycling is an extremely water-intensive process. Water recovery, recycling, and management system that ensures that not only they use the best quality water, but also make sure that they recover close to 100% of the water they are consuming, thereby minimizing the depletion of water on day-to-day basis. The washing technology eliminates contaminants such as adhesives, labels, inks, and other product-related contaminants. And what you get at the end, it is a very fine, high-quality pellet that goes off mainstream of products and packaging. The plastic granules that comes out of the operations are very close to the virgin plastic. Now, the objectives of our case study. The main objective of this case study is to study the recycling process in detail and to study how to avoid waste, reuse, and recycle more. To study the challenges involved in recycling process and new methods involved in recycling. To survey views on recycling and analyze the results.
to study how efficiently waste is managed. Next is our research methodology. Research type is qualitative as well as quantitative, which relies on the in-depth phonetic interview, the Gmail responses, and also the Google form responses. Sample size is 128, in which we have covered 25 organizations. Gmail responses were 25, phonetic interviews were 25, and remaining 78 were Google form responses. Some of the organizations covered are Scrap, Banyan Nation, Recircle, Shakti Plastic Industries, SS Plastic Industries, and others. These are the organizations who are conducting recycling process in our city, and we contacted them for the details like what opportunities, limitations, and challenges they are facing. In this diagram, we can see that 4 polymers make up 85% of plastic packaging and food service plastic globally. The percentage of plastic polymers used in the production in plastic industries are as follows. First is PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate, 25%. And if we see the example of PET, PET is used in normal bottles or soft drink bottles. Next is HDPE, which is high density polyethylene, which is also 25%. The example of HDPE is milk containers. Third is LDPE, low density polyethylene, 25%. The example of LDPE is grocery bags or the garbage bags. Fourth is PP, which is polypropylene, which is 10%. The example of PP, it is used in making ketchup bottles or syrup bottles. And the last is PS, which is polystyrene, 15%. The example of PS is used in egg cartons or coffee cups. So case analysis is the next step. In case analysis, as per the responses received, we have done the analysis as environment and organization's point of view. As per environment point of view, the pros are recycling, reducing, and reusing reduces the greenhouse gas emissions. And we all know that greenhouse gas emissions contribute to the global climate change. Recycling allows product to be used to their fullest extent. As we can see, we can use the same material product multiple times. It reduces the amount of waste that is sent to landfills. As more of the waste will be recycled, it reduces the landfill space. And reuse provide an excellent environmentally preferred alternative as we can use the product multiple times. It also conserves natural resources. And if we see the cons, when the recycling process is not carried on properly, it have an adverse effect on the environment as well as on the health of the human being. In any business, if there is not enough space to collect the waste, so the waste is collected at one place and it provides ground for formation of debris and the spread of infectious diseases. The harmful chemical from the waste can also be dangerous. Recycling tons of garbage will require waste to be transported, sorted, cleaned, and processed in separate factories, all of which need energy and may result in byproduct that can pollute air and water. Further will be explained by my team member Amay.
Thank you, Aksa, for that wonderful part. My part is to explain the organization's point of view and how recycling industries are getting benefited from it. First is business reputation. How businesses are taking this opportunity by attracting new customers, enhancing new other chances which are available in the market. Like for example, when we conducted a research on Banyan Nation, they had contracts with FMCG brands like Hindustan Unilever, Britannia, by providing them the plastic products in the recycled form. Second is meeting legal obligation. Businesses in some industries have legal responsibilities for disposal of specific products. Ensuring compliance through recycle schemes means avoiding penalties, fines, or worse. Cons. Best worst option. See, recycling waste is going to affect the environment in a way, like for example, if we don't reduce our consumption of plastic, it's going to add up more. The problem is the one-time plastic are only utilized for several minutes, but it has its adverse effect for the thousands of years. The second is space for recycling. As we have seen, the factories or the part where the recycling is done by these organizations, what we have seen is they require large amount of space for setting up the factory. It's also going to cost them a large amount, and after that, the contamination or the sorting of plastic is also a difficult part, because many people of informal sector are also involved in it. It takes times and effort to eliminate these contamination. Next slide, please. Uh, from the above chart, we can see the outlook of Indian plastic industry. In the year from 1990 to 1995, we can see that pre-LPG era, the import duty tax was around 50%, which was import on plastic, because government was not able to find the opportunity in the petrochemical industries. And after the LPG era, there was growth seen in the GDP, decrease in the import duty tax, because the government wanted various organizations to benefit from it. From the year 2006 to 2015, there was not much growth seen, because government was focusing on other issues. There were like a 2008 financial crisis, and there were other major issues which government was focusing on. But as you can see, from year 2016 to 2022, there was around 16% increase in the consumption of polymer consumption, because of the COVID pandemic. There were increase in the production of PPE kits, face shields, face masks, sanitizer bottles, many hygienic products, which resulted in the increase in consumption of plastic. But the amount of plastic which the recycle centers reached were literally kind of low. Next slide, please. Challenges. 50% of plastic are only used once. The proliferation of plastic products in the last several decades has been extraordinary. Quite simply, humans are addicted to this nearly indestructible material. We are producing near 380 million tons of plastic every year, and some reports indicate that up to 50% of it is of single-use purpose. As I said earlier, these are utilized for just few moments, but our planet has to suffer, because it is estimated that more than 10 million tons of plastic is dumped into ocean every year by the World Health Organization. Second is it's expensive to manufacture plastic. It's expensive to manufacture because manufacturing new plastic costs more than using recycled plastic, which is an advantage for the recycle organization, because it helps the workers who help in collecting plastic by providing the people in the informal sector certain wages. Third is plastic are not really recycled, but they are repurposed. The recycled plastic is shredded into small pieces and converted into virgin PET, and they are molded into different products as per the order given by the companies to the organization, to the recycling organization. Fourth is plastic requires manual segregation before recycling. Yes, recycling plastic is not only one person's job. Many people are involved in it. Because as Aksa said earlier, there are people like Kabadi Wala, Raddi Wala, people from collecting waste from the roads are also involved in this sector. Next slide, please. Opportunities. Recycling of packaging materials has rapid expansion, because government has also taken initiative in reducing the amount of plastic that is being generated on daily basis. Like in the year 2019, our Indian government started Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, in which they started to avoid the use of one-time plastic, that is 50 ml of water bottles which were given in functions, or the plastic bags which were provided to us by the fruit seller, because the production is not an issue, but the decomposition of plastic is going to be an issue for it. Second is recycling benefits the uneducated people. Many in our India, many people come under this informal sector. So wages are provided to them by if they provide a plastic to them. If they provide plastic to the recycling organizations. Third is production of plastic emits 5 times less carbon emission. Production of plastic is based on crude oil. That is the plastic is made of petrochemical products. So there are a large amount of carbon footprints, chemical emission, carbon emission is also involved, which is also hazardous for environment. But for the industry, yes, there are opportunities available on it. Recommendation: one way to reduce is to reuse. We recommend reusing old plastic is not only beneficial for the people but also for the environment, because it reduces pollution and the number of animals and aquatic life that is being killed on everyday basis. Because sea turtles, they what they generally think that the plastic bags in the ocean are jellyfish and they try to eat them. The plastic remains in the stomach and because of the hunger they die. Second is shop responsibly. We recommend the people who normally buy products in small amounts increase the number of plastic products that are being used. Like for example, if you are buying a bottle of cold drink, instead of buying 250 ml of bottle, just buy 1 liter of that bottle, because that 1 liter of bottle is equivalent to 250 ml of bottle. Your little contribution can have a good impact on the environment. Third is go paperless. Going paperless helps to reduce carbon dioxide emission. Turning a single tree into 17 reams of paper results in around 110 pounds of carbon emission being released into the atmosphere. Additionally, trees are not carbon sinks, and every tree that is not cut down for paper is also able to absorb the carbon dioxide gas. Fourth is development through control of resources and waste. It is government job to stop the use of one-time plastic and should encourage recycling and old plastic bottles. And it can also generate revenue for the people. As I said earlier, there are many people from informal sector are involved in this. Limitations. While conducting this research, our research was only limited in the metropolitan Mumbai area, because we were not able to get the chance to know how recycling
sorry to
is done.
interrupt, Mr. Amar Saturdekar, your time is up. So I request panel members to ask with the question round.
Thank you, Rajesh.
Shubham, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, what were the challenges which were faced by the organizations during recycling?
Ma'am, the challenges like they are not allowing to interact with us because of COVID situation, and they are not aware that we are conducting this much case study, because they are like that we are telling the lies, or that they are telling that very we are not going very deep in this case analysis, so we can give the knowledge to other people also.
Okay.
Aksa and team, I request you to share your PPT once again.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to go on the slide where you bifurcated your respondents. You bifurcated your respondents. Yeah. So your sample size is 128, and you took phonetic interviews, and you covered organization, 25. The set of questions that were asked, did you have two set of questionnaire or only one?
Ma'am, we generally ask 3 questions to them in the questionnaire.
No, 3 questions in one questionnaire, but were the questions same? Employees were also asked the same question, and the organization from Banyan Tree, Recircle, Shakti Plastic, who were the respondents? Were they the manager? Were they the people those who are involved in the process? Who were the respondents?
Ma'am, from Banyan Nation, we contacted Mr. Ravi. I don't exactly remember his surname, but he was the co-founder of Banyan Nation. We contacted through him because his email was available to us from Google. So actually, we wanted to conduct a Zoom interview in which we can exactly get to know about him, and only that. But and other respondents, if you ask, from Shakti Plastic Industries, which is located in Malad, we contacted the employee first, and because of Shivam's network, he used to work in DMart. So what DMart did is they had this contracts with the recycle industries. So through him, we got to know the recycle industries people as well.
Okay, thank you, Amit. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, with that, presentation of all the teams comes to an end. And I now take this opportunity to thank all the participants for contributing in this competition. The result will be declared shortly, so I request you all to stay connected and enjoy the performances. Now, Mr. Sagar Rawal, you can take over.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you everyone for allowing me to perform in front of you. I'm Sagar Rawal. एक दिन कभी जो को तराशे मेरी नजर से तो जरा आंखों से मेरी क्या क्या छुपा है तुझको दिखाऊं मैं जरा एक अनकही सी दास्ता कहने लगेगा आईना सुभान अल्लाह जो हो रहा है पहली दफा है वल्लाह ऐसा सुभान अल्लाह जो हो रहा है पहली दफा है वल्लाह ऐसा हुआ शरबतों का तू घटता पानी शरबतों का तू घटता पानी मुझे खुद में खोले दे दो मेरे यार बात बन जान शरबतों का तू घटता पानी शायरों से लफ्ज लेके थोड़े से उधार बोलना ये चाहता हूँ दिल से तुमको यार हो रहा था हो गया है हल्का सा कुमार कोई ना रहा है दिल पे अपने तो लव में थोड़ा love me थोड़ा तेरी बातों की प्यारी सी मीठी सी खुशबू में लेके साथ में मुस्कुराता सा नींदों से ख्वाबों से मिलता हूँ मैं तो रात में ये अदा है नहीं ये अदा नहीं तू जो मिला कभी ना किया था खुद पे इतना गौर थोड़ा थोड़ा याद मजबूर क्या कीजिए रास ना आया मजबूर क्या कीजिए कह रहा उसमें से कर दिया वो जो नबी सी चाह बाकी है वो जो नबी सी चाह बाकी है वो जो नबी सी चाह बाकी है सवेरे तेरी यादें आती हैं आके दिल को मेरे यूं तड़पाती है ओ सनम मोहब्बत की कसम मिलके बेचना तो दस्तूर हो गया यादों में तेरी मजबूर हो गया ओ सनम मोहब्बत की कसम किस्मत के हर एक पन पे मेरे जीते जी बात मन के मेरे हर एक कल हर एक लम्हे में तू लिख दे मेरा से कहानी सारे किस्सों में दिल की दुनिया के सच्चे रिश्तों में जिंदगानी के सारे हिस्सों में तू लिख दे मेरा से ऐ खुदा ऐ खुदा जब बना उसका ही बना ऐ खुदा जब बना उसका ही बना उसका हूँ उसमें हूँ से हूँ उसी का रहने दे मैं तो प्यासा हूँ दरिया वो जीने का मुझे घर दे गली दे शहर दे उसी के नाम के कदम ये चले रुके उसी के वास्ते दिल दे अगर दर्द दे उसका पर उसकी हो हंसी मुझे जो मेरा घर है खुदा वह खुदा जब बना उसका है खुदा है खुदा जब बना उसका मेरे हिस्से की हंसी को खुशी को तू चाहे तो आधा कर चाहे ले तू मेरी जिंदगी पर ये मुझसे वादा उसके अश्कों पे गमों पे दुखों पे हंस के जख्म पर हक मेरा ही रहे हर जगह हर घड़ी अब वक्त हो यही वो रहे मुझ में ही वो दिला कहने को बिछड़ना पर कभी खुदा वह खुदा जो बना उसका वह खुदा है खुदा जो बना उसका ही बना वह खुदा खुदा
So thank you so much, guys. That was
Thank you, Mr. Sagar Rawal, for such a blissful performance.
Thank you so much.
So now I request Ms. Siddhi Tilotkar to take over from this.
Hello guys.
मैं यहाँ पे 2 गाने गाऊंगी। एक बहुत पुराना गाना है और एक हाल ही में ही कल ही उसकी मूवी रिलीज हुई है। ये 2 गाने गाऊंगी। उसके बाद में अगर आपको मेरा परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा लगता है तो यू कैन सजेस्ट सॉन्ग्स, मुझे जो आता है मैं वो गा दूंगी, ठीक है? स्टार्टिंग विद द ओल्ड वन। इस मोड़ से जाते हैं, इस मोड़ से जाते हैं, कुछ सुस्त कदम रसते, कुछ तेज कदम राहें। इस मोड़ से जाते हैं, इस मोड़ से जाते हैं, कुछ सुस्त कदम रसते, कुछ तेज कदम राहें। पत्थर की हवेली को शीशे के घरों दो में, तिनकों के नशे मन तक इस मोड़ से जाते हैं, इस मोड़ से जाते हैं। जब सैया आई शाम को तो लग गई चांद मेरे नाम को। जब सैया आई शाम को तो लग गई चांद मेरे नाम को। सर पे रख के नाच फिरी मैं हर जलते हुए इल्जाम को। जब सैया आई शाम को तो लग गई चांद मेरे नाम को। एनी सजेशंस? कोई सजेशन हो तो मैं गा दूंगी वो। अक्षदा, कोई भी मतलब ओल्ड सॉन्ग जो पसंद है।
Okay, that was a great performance from Sagar and Siddhi. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am.
We are ready with the results, so we'll be announcing the results shortly. Just give us a moment, please. I request Mr. Rajesh Pawar to please continue. Well, before we declare the results, may I request the panel members to please share some feedback with the gathering.
Good afternoon to one and all. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Please confirm.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It is a pleasure that is to join this event And I would firstly like to thank Dr. Sanskriti Kadam and the management team to provide me an opportunity to join this platform as a panel member for Samiksha. But I would also like to extend my thanks to the organizing team, Mr. Niyaz Shetty and Dr. Niyaz Shetty and Dr. Pashmeen Kaur for inviting me for this particular event. Now, talking about the event, I would like to say that I was positively wowed by this experience. It was indeed a thought-provoking and a skill-developing competition. And the presenters were very impressive. The case studies were highly compelling. Even I was impressed by the students' motivation, the creativity and competencies what they have used during the case study presentation. And when talking about choosing any one winner, so it is actually a difficult scenario for us. Even the complete jury was finding it difficult. In my opinion, you all are winners. You all have participated well, and it was a very well-run case competition. So I congratulate each and everyone among you people over here. Now I request the other jury members also to take over.
Thank you, ma'am. Judging an event like this itself gives me an opportunity to learn a lot. And that is why I'm always saying yes to judge any such event. Firstly, in a management setup, as a faculty member in a management setup, we get to, like Dr. Nikita ma'am said rightly, we get to learn a lot from our students. So firstly, I would like to say that the students today, in terms of PPT designing, the way the PPT was designed, then the videos that were integrated and inculcated in the presentation, and overall presentation, the way the body language. So there were many things that I got to understand from the students who are participating here. So like Nikita ma'am said, that it was tough for us to decide who is the winner, who should be first runner-up, second runner-up. But overall, congratulations to all of you. First thing, coming forward and participating itself is a very big approach. So congratulate from my end, congratulations to one and all being a part of this, and extremely good, organized, well organized by SB's team. So thank you so much, Pashmin ma'am. Thank you so much, Niyat sir, and the whole organizing team to have me out here. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Priya ma'am. Thank you, Nikita ma'am. Okay, we can move ahead and we can take the session forward, Rajesh. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I request Dr. Priya Singh Gupta ma'am to announce the second runner-up.
There is a tie between the second runner-up. One group was extremely good with their presentation skill. The other group was very strong at the research skill, research methodology skill set. So that's why we have a tie out here. So the second runner-up slide, please, Rajesh. So second runner-up is Ms. Shloka Kulkarni, a dynamic case study to analyze the role of responsible leadership during the super cyclone Amphan. Ms. Shloka Kulkarni and team, you all were extremely good with your communication skill and overall presentation. A bit weak on research, but then you all can work on it. So congratulations to you.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much for your inputs. Thank you so much.
And next was second runner-up team is Mr. Amay Saturdekar, Recycle, Reuse, Reduce. Again, as a team, you all were pretty good with your research part, but little bit you all have to work on your presentation skills. But overall, extremely good. Congratulations to your team too.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And the first runner-up, that is Mr. Anjalan Ashi, very natural presenter, waste management. So Mr. Anjalan Ashi is the first runner-up, and congratulations, Mr. Anjalan. Very natural presenter, and you were very, very spontaneous with your answers and completely in a comfort zone. And congratulations to you. little bit of research part if you would have added, then that would, help you go ahead. And all the best, all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I will definitely look more into it, the research part. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Nikita ma'am.
Yes, my dear students, so any kind of guesses for the first position? So the first prize goes to Siddhi Tirlotkar, Ms. Siddhi Tirlotkar, that is for presenting disaster management. Now, her research work, what she have conducted was excellent. The videos, the practical exposure, what she highlighted through her case was excellent. So congratulations, Ms. Siddhi and a complete team.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of them. So now I request Dr. Pashmeen ma'am to take over the vote of thanks.
Well, that concludes a remarkable and a memorable event, Samiksha 2022. We promise you all that in the next year, we will enter in the field with some more innovative ideas to nourish your mind. On behalf of Sasmira's Business School, I promise you that this may be the end of today's session, but undoubtedly, this is a new beginning. Thank you so much. And that wraps up our event. On behalf of Sasmira, I would like to propose the vote of thanks. Well, before that, I congratulate all the winning teams. In fact, I congratulate all other teams as well, because who could make up to this level itself is, shows that you all have already won. So congratulations to each one of you. Now, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Sumit Khotale, sir, for taking out time from his busy schedule and gracing the event with his presence. Today, we had the opportunity to hear sir's thoughts, and we thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge. Special thanks to you, sir, because despite the fact that we are working in different time zones, sir was kind enough to accept our invitation and join us today all the way from Saudi Arabia. I would like to express my deep gratitude towards the entire management team and the council members, Shri Mihir Mehta sir, President Sasmira, Srimati Smita Yole ma'am, Vice President Sasmira, Dr. Tandon Kamal sir, Director Education Sasmira, for their enthusiastic support and encouragement. Their unwavering support has always been a motivation for us to organize such events. I also extend my sincere thanks to our panel members, Dr. Nikita Prajapati ma'am and Dr. Priya Gupta ma'am, for accepting our invitation to be the panel member and for sharing their valuable inputs. Further, I would also like to thank the entire organizing team for their enormous contribution and efforts towards the event. We have been fortunate to be supported by such a team of active and dedicated members. With deep sense of appreciation, I thank all the faculty members and non-teaching staff members for their unflinching support and untiring efforts. I also thank the entire technical support team and the administrative team for such an appreciating involvement and the willingness they have expressed to finish the task. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants and my dear students for joining us today and helping us to make this event a great success. Thank you so much. At this note, I conclude our event. But before you leave the session, I request all the attendees to kindly fill the attendance form and mark your presence for this event by filling the attendance link that is shared in the chat box. Thank you so much. Just give us a minute. We are sharing the link. All the attendees are requested to please fill the attendance link before they leave the meeting. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
The link is not for the Google form. It is something different.
Okay, just
Ma'am, link is not working.
give us a minute.